Hi everybody, welcome, welcome. Oh my god, there's so many people here already. Hello guys. Hi Judith. You were the first, yes. And hi MCLP. Hey Craig, how you doing? Long time no see because I had to do a lot because of my mental health and shit, you know. I see. So how are you doing? How is mental health and shit going? Is it better now? I think that was the post just now. For me, I don't know, I'm pretty fine, yeah. Like last week was exhausting. But I since then already sort of like changed the, let's say, strategy a bit. Um, and since then it's been actually very good. Yeah. And hi Faker Mink. First time this early, for real, yeah. So how late is it at your place now? Sorry. And hi Asta. Welcome, welcome. Hi Indiana John, welcome. And what's up, Sterling? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You're in a psychosomatic clinic because heavy depressions and ADHD. Mm. So, how do you like it? How is it there? Do you feel like you're getting the help you need? Post on Monday, that has to be a package. I don't think so. Otherwise, I would have had to like open the door. So I'm not sure. I don't see it. So I don't know what it is. Hi, Acraft. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Normies homies. Welcome, welcome. You found me through Jim's stream? Oh, amazing. For like one of my raids to him? PostNL doesn't deliver letter post on Monday. Damn, I didn't even know. I lived here for like 4 years, but I was like, I don't know when I get post, just like whatever. At points in my life, I do. And others I don't. But yeah, welcome everybody. Do we want to start with the mental health check-in, more like generalized, of like everybody sort of shares how they've been doing since the last week? Uh, mm. So you're still in the first week then, no? MCLP? Thank you, Asta, for the 25 stream watch streak. I see. You ever had problems with brain fog? I need a solution because I need to study some deep stuff and solve a lot. I can't sit down, focus, and keep blanking. Started meditation as I told. That helps. Is there any more help on the topic? I guess it sort of depends on where the brain fog is coming from, right? So brain fog can sort of happen for like a lot of multiple reasons, right? With like low key everything in like mental health because it's just a very individual topic. But um, sometimes it can also just be like a very yeah, how do I say this? Like also an expectation problem, right? Like that you just have too high expectations of yourself and don't have enough rest times for your body. And I don't know. So I feel like, I mean, meditation is one thing, right? Um, but on the other hand, maybe you just need more rest time where you can like, where you don't have to focus and where you can like have like officially sort of. for yourself. Give yourself the space that you can rest and can just do whatever and then come back and like focus. Because we can't focus the entire day. So I don't know how much you're trying to learn, right? But if you're trying to learn the entire day, that might be too much. And even if you're not trying to learn the entire day, but you have the expectation that you learn the entire day, you might still like sort of try to hold focus for the entire day, even though you're not even using that focus for the entire day. Do you know what I mean? Nice, we're gonna get pictures from Indiana John. No zombies. We don't sort of make the suggestion just like that to like take drugs for other people, right? So drugs also have like a lot of side effects, and usually we're trying to yeah, get to a solution where we actually don't need any sort of drug or I guess like outside help, you would say like this. Or well, outside help would then also include like other people. And that's not what we're trying to do, but just like yeah, medications and well, also not medications because yeah, I didn't say magic mushrooms. I mean, if you just mean the like champignon and like making champignon soup, I don't think that's gonna help. But just letting you know, we're trying to stay on the um I guess like non-drug side of Twitch. And you were anxious today, Aycroft? A bit stressed maybe? I'm not good at calming myself when it happens to be like this. Belly breathing usually just makes me anxious about my breathing. Hmm. But I'm like good anxious though? Like just trying to say I'm not too shabby. Hmm. How are you turning anxious about your breathing? Like in what way are you turning anxious about your breathing? That you like that your breathing is too fast or that it's that you like feel like you can't control your breathing enough or in what way are you anxious about it? I see MCLP. Thank you so much for the update. Um, I really hope it's something like the clinic can help you and you're sticking through with it. And then maybe after your next treatment, you're gonna have some more time to talk or something. But I'm glad you did this step for yourself. And I hope you give yourself credit for it. Where are the glasses? I forgot them. I also forgot water, so. Hot mess, horrible weekend. Random people seem to like to annoy me. Oh no, Esther. What happened this time? Oh, alright, Indiana John. I mean, if you ever want to share what predicament you're in, right? Like maybe there's something we can come up here with. And hi, Corrupted. Good morning. How you doing? And hi, Fluffy. Welcome to the stream. I get up. Dopamine baseline is good, but it drops so quickly, and I don't feel motivated to get deep very quickly. Hmm. Mm. I mean, if it's a motivational problem, you can always add certain rewards to your tasks to make like to just help with the motivation. Um, You can also lower the expectations because sometimes the expectations are too high. Like we expect ourselves to do something like super perfect and only then we would be happy. And because we know the chances of us doing it super perfect are like super minimal, we don't even feel like doing the task because it doesn't seem like we're going to succeed on the expectations we set ourselves. So maybe there is a way you can lower the expectations to a point where you feel like you can accomplish them. Because then with this accomplishment, you might have the motivation to like get more done or just also start with something, you know, might just be a good starting point. Apart from that, like when you've learned for like days and days and days, it can also just be like that you overdid it for so long that now you need a longer break, right? Um, it can also help to think again what your goals specifically are, to be able to like make better expectations for yourself or to remind yourself of the motivation for certain tasks. Because sometimes if like goals are too far away, we just sort of forget them. Especially if it's, for example, like a goal of like finish this degree or something. Like this is a goal which where it's like really hard actually to get like draw motivation from because it's so far away. So maybe there's a goal you can set yourself which is like closer and or just reconnect with this goal which is further away. I look weird without glasses, bro. Internet grabbing my attention needs to get lowered then, and it's because it takes the focus time you are talking about. I mean, the internet can grab a lot of our energy, like especially with doom scrolling and everything. It's a lot of information we're being like, which is being thrown at us, which need to be processed. Oh, today's Women's Day? I didn't even know. Ooh, like mushroom coffee? I actually did hear about that. I didn't try it yet, but a friend of mine is getting into like herbal coffees, or like I don't know if it's like only teas, but I think into the entire thing. And then I might get the chance to try mushroom coffee or something. Who knows? Don't you think there are also healthy ways, Esther, you can deal with the stress? And you can do to relieve stress? Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna get a water. Wait for me, guys. Why are you forced to be awake, corrupted? What the hell? It depends on how I am, but in a mind state like this, better breathing makes me hyperventilate and rises my heart rate. Feels like I can't get enough air, you know? Mm. Well, this is also what I learned the hard way. But yeah, you can definitely also hyperventilate while breathing slow, because hyperventilation is usually mostly, or as far as I understood, from the um, from the uh, how would I call, like, the, I don't know, these rescue people, because I thought I had a heart attack. Um, so you can also hyperventilate while breathing slow. And the main thing is that it's only that you breathe in more than you breathe out. So maybe, you know, you just need to focus on also all the way breathing out. Like, not only breathing in, but for like a longer period, also breathe out. You can also just like not focus too much on like breathing extra long or slow or whatever. But you can also use it in more of like a, I guess, like more meditative state of like just breathing and like not holding your breath, none of this, but just breathing and noticing what's going on in your body and how your body feels. But apart from this, have you ever tried these exercises where you like look around and like these grounding exercises? Because they can also really help with anxiety. It's sort of like you look around and you try to name certain things you see, you try to name multiple things you hear, you try to name multiple things you feel or taste maybe when you're eating something, you know? And that can be a really nice way how to just like get in the moment again instead of being too much in your head in that moment, and to, yeah, well, take a step away from the anxiety instead. And personally, for me, what I really like is going outside and going into nature. Like, if there's any forest around, you can just like take a walk and like just, to me, that's, I don't know, that's really helps me sort of clear up my thoughts, because, well, I guess it depends on like the country you live in and the forest you have around you, right? Like, here the forest is like super safe. It's like the Netherlands. Like, there's nothing in the forest, you know? Um and but there's like so many birds who are like making like all these noises, and it just, I don't know, it just is so, it like really pulls you back in a moment because there's so much going on around you. While everything around you is like super, like lower stimulation than at home. Like, it's not like your tasks looking at you. It's not like you being on the internet and stuff like this. But it's like there's a lot of different birds which grab your attention, but it's just overall lower stimulation levels. Yeah. Wolves, I mean, yeah, wolves are here, but they're not really um I mean, they're not really dangerous or anything. Like, I even tried to find them with a friend once, but we weren't lucky. Hmm. Yeah, for me it's ninth. Hmm. 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 I see, Asta. I mean, maybe there's other ways you can try to deal with the stress, you know? I mean, at some point you definitely need to find different coping mechanisms to self-harm, right? So you might as well just like look up on the internet what can you do to deal with stress, and then just take one of those like there's super long lists and just try all of those things. Just start from the top and like go through them. You got officially kicked out of your uni course. Hmm. Oh, oh my god. So what are the next steps now, Indiana John? Hmm. Hmm. Aircraft just shared that like the better braving was making them like more anxious and like maybe hyperventilate even. So that's why we workshop like different methods for like to deal with anxiety. Hmm. Is searching for wolves a safe idea? That sounds dangerous. I like guys. Wolves are not that dangerous, right? Like you know that. It's like they don't want to kill humans or stuff like this. Like they don't even look at us as prey, right? Like they look at us as intruders. So like you need to be careful to not like piss them off for sure, right? But they don't seek you out to kill you. Like you know that, right? Like this would be very very desperate wolves. Like this would usually not happen. Like you got to take care when you have like a, like a dog or something, because the dog might piss them off and then they're gonna, are gonna be ready to fight. Or like if you have like a small child or something, then you need to watch out too. But like usually you don't really, I don't know, have a problem with them. Like they cross your way, they look at you and then they leave again. So, yeah. I mean, here, like, the wolves can also attack. So at some point, there was an attack of a wolf here. But that was, like, because they were in, like, breeding season and, like, people got too close to where they had their kids. And, like, then there was an attack. But it's not like, even that attack, it's like they're gonna, like, bite you and then run off or something, you know? Like, they're not gonna try and kill you. Like, they're not gonna be there to, like, finish the job. So it's, I don't know, it's, like, pretty safe. It's like my mom would literally like go for walks like the entire time in the forest to like see if she's gonna like see a wolf or something, because it's actually like super exciting. More likely to be attacked by an owl than a wolf. Yeah, that seems about right. But Indiana Jones, like, do you know why they don't like why they hate you like this? Because that seems fucked up. Like, is there not a like way to resolve this or anything? Yeah, exactly. So like here in the Netherlands, they're actually like really nice. Like not the wolves, but like the way we treat wolves. So for example, like here, like even if a wolf attacks, like there's no talk instantly about like, oh, we're gonna shoot them or like we have to like protect ourselves from them. It's more like, ah, okay, like we see why this happened, and like now that we understand it and it makes entire sense, we're gonna like essentially like make this part of the forest where like they have their babies. We tell people to like they can't go there. So it's like restricted area. Just like until the babies are done and everything, you know. And then it's just fine usually. Yeah. Hi Ashanti, welcome, welcome. How you doing? We're doing a mental health check-in here, so do you want to take part in it? Have you ever tried to think something that your brain can't think of? Do you mean something like coming up with something like an invention where like it didn't exist beforehand? So that's why like you usually don't think of it. But then you can invent it, or did you at least have a big stick with you for the wolf encounter? No. What the hell? No. All right, I see, Ashanti. But thank you so much. mm, I feel like that this mind experiment with like, can God, like, if God wants to create a rock, which even he can't lift, does that mean God is not all powerful? And if no, so that means God can't create everything, right? Um, I'm like really struggling with that one because I'm not a believer in God. So it's just one of those things where like I guess that like really depends on your definition of God, or what do you think God is. Um but yeah, so I think there's a question of belief, honestly, because it's not based on facts, right? And then it just is up to your belief. And since I don't believe in God anyway, it's not really, yeah. Much should get auto sub. Honestly, that would be cool. Yeah. Defense stick only? No, no. Like, I wasn't like going alone either. I was like with a friend, right? And then like the wolf's not gonna do anything. Like really. Like wolves don't usually attack. There's been like so many encounters of like the dog owners with the wolves, and there's just they don't really attack. They don't want anything to do with humans. Am I British? I'm not British. I'm German and I live in the Netherlands. Oh my god, there was one video I remember where like there was a dog owner with their dog, and in front of them on the path was the wolf, and the dog of them was like tiny. It was a really, really tiny dog. And it was standing like, I don't know, like off leash, sort of like 5 meters or something in front of the dog owner. And then there was like, I don't know, like a 10 meters to the wolf or something. Um, and the dog owner was the entire time like, hey, like come back to their dog and like, like what the fuck are you doing? Come back. And then at some point, the tiniest dog even started barking at the wolf, and the dog owner was just like, but like nothing happened. The wolf just like left, very unimpressed, and that was the whole thing. Yeah. And hi, Holy Bunch of Roses. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Do you already like? Did you already found like? Did you already find an alibi pupper? Like, is that already like fixed and everything? Do you already know when you get them and there's already like a puppy on the way for you, sort of, or you know? Oof. All right, so it's gonna be a whole thing. Yeah. How do you like? Do you know how it's gonna work with uh yeah, well, with importing it essentially, because they usually need like what do they need? Like certain vaccinations, I think, and like health checkups and everything. And well, I was in a dating app. I suspect it's not a good one. Oh, hey, so you you want to share what happened, or rather no, or like what is there we can help you with? They might go with you to check the pupper. Oh, okay, that's nice. That's really nice, actually. We have like all the connections, Asta. Mm. Did we have everybody with the mental health check-in now? I don't think so, right? So who still wants to do the mental health check-in and share how they've been doing for the past week? Oh, give him anxiety. To see the commands, you need to put an S on the end. And hi, Mel. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? You just want to say thank you for what? Government agency that I need to apply for importing a pupper from outside the EU. Ah, I see. Damn, so much work. Hmm. I see Indiana John. I mean, from like, so I have these friends, right, who live in this building, which is like apparently a fire hazard. Also, like, really interesting story actually. It's really hard for them to get any sort of help with that, apparently, or it's way harder than we think it would be. Um, because people like in the beginning they were like super super helpful, and then like now all of a sudden like the entire like government people and also firemen and everything just sort of say like, oh, this is like you made this up, or where it's like, how can I make this up? Like, look at the pipes. You know, like there's it's like it's about something very physical, right? So you can just look at it and find out if I'm lying or not. But yeah, they just sort of like they don't get the actual inspection they should be getting at the moment because of that. But there's something which is gonna like change and get better, and that was because one of them contacted the media actually, and the media then was like, okay, we're gonna make like a like just one like episode or whatever about this house. And then the media connected the owner of the building, and now the owner of the building is like, oh, whoa, whoa, okay, okay, wait, we're gonna we have so many plans to make this safer and everything already, give us a chance. So maybe um the media is a thing which can do something or whatever. Like, I don't know how this stuff works, but I've just seen it like work for them, so I was like, hmm, maybe that's not too bad. Or otherwise, there's also usually like a department of education or something, right? Where you could maybe get help from as well. I get people asking to meet up, but at a place where it's not where it's supposed to be. Oh, hmm, okay. Is it one of those apps where you just like don't text at all, but like instantly meet up, or because otherwise you could text that's just not at this place, no? Hmm. Oh no, Fluffy. I'm sorry for you. So, what did you get? Like, how sick are you? I think the stream element points are turned off, by the way. Oh, about the talk from last week? I see, I see. Thank you so much for saying that. I'm glad you feel better, and I'm glad the talk was able to help you a little bit. So, glad we were able to unstuck you. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for the feedback. I spent a lot of time outside last week, hanging at hammock spots at the Rhine. People in public pace above me lately, so I try to avoid everybody. Hmm. Like, are bothering you specifically, or are you just bothered by everybody and just can't see people right now? You got the flu pretty bad? Oh, Fluffy. Get well soon. Hmm. I see, Indiana John. See you afterwards. See you later. Have fun at hip hop class. Oof. I see, Asta. Hmm. You're being definitely very serious about this. Like, I hope the puppy is gonna fulfill all of your expectations. And hi, Blue. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? No worries, Acraft. A week has been fun, Corrupted. Okay. So, how was it fun? And how are you doing apart from that? I feel like you have touched the mental health check-in so far. I mean, you of course you don't need to, right? But would be interested to hear how you're doing. How do you get intentionally fired from a job? I mean, you can also just, leave the job, no? Like, you can just quit. Or. Mm. I'm really glad you found such a nice person, Fluffy. I hope it's gonna go well. And I think, just the best thing you can do is always just be yourself. So. Either then it's like good match or it's not, and even if it's not, then it's also for the better, right? Because you've been yourself. Yeah, let's not tell people to like use physical violence, okay? Even as a joke, I think that's not a really good joke. And some people wouldn't even see it as a joke. So that's even worse. Hmm. You saved a few lives today, even. Let's go, Corrupted. Thank you for your service. It's really important that we have people who help. Asta. No physical violence recommendation, please. Yes. But why do you want to be fired, guy with anxiety? Like, you can also just quit a job whenever you don't like it. And with a lot of jobs, you can actually just like talk to them and see if there is a way how you can change it to fit you better, right? Like, it seems like your boss is maybe like a really nice person, actually. When you're slacking off and he's just like, oh, it's okay. Don't worry. You know? So, why do you want to be fired? Do you like Pokemon? I actually never played Pokemon because I wasn't allowed any what's the thing called again? Like Nintendo back then. So, yep. I don't know anything about Pokemon, but my husband does. Yeah. He played like a few of them, I think, but also not frequently into it now. And hi, Rocket. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, Blue. I know, I know. Oh my god. That's actually a really like from all the possibilities, I feel like Mill's solution is low-key the best and really savage. But I feel like, yeah, like why do you just don't want to like quit your job? Like if you really don't like it, I feel like honestly just quitting the job instead of like trying to get fired is probably better now. So, can I ask what your parents' reasoning was for that? Like we also didn't have a TV forever, and like I didn't have a PC or anything. Um, so it was just I don't know, like a thing of oh, this is just like playing and like on like this tiny screen can't be good for you, sort of thing. So, yeah. But nowadays they also have a TV. And like my sisters also have a V and everything, so and well the Wii is from me, but they have a PlayStation as well, which they got from them. So I don't know. I feel like I just had like a like it was just unlucky that I was the first one to be born, you know. Yeah. But yeah. So I guess that was sort of the reason, yeah. But welcome, welcome, Shadeen. And how are you doing? How's your mental health doing since last stream? Did you like do any goals or work towards anything? See you later again. You also grew up without a Wii? Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's sort of the same, I think. It's like I do understand where they're coming from. But at the same time it was just sort of annoying to be like the excluded one because like all my friends had a Nintendo and stuff, right? So like then I don't know, it was just like odd because when they wanted to play, I couldn't like play with them. Except their sister didn't want to play, and then I could use sisters. But yeah, it was just like you know, like especially like nowadays, it's just like sad that I never sort of saw where it all started or anything. Um, because I wasn't taking part in it back then or couldn't. Yeah. I'm also low key pissed that I wasn't allowed to spend my own money to buy one. Like it like money didn't even matter, bro. It wasn't even like we don't want to give you one, but it was like you're also not allowed to buy one or receive one. So that was low key annoying. Yeah. Mm. Damn, Asta. No. Fuck, it's 100% over the West. Yeah, I don't know. I think it could have been pretty chill if it weren't for my dad, to be fair. I personally just don't understand, like, if guy with anxiety wants to, like, doesn't like the job, just, like, leave the job, just quit. You know, you don't need to be fired, you can just quit. And, like, yeah, if you quit, there's gonna be, like, different sort of terms for quitting the job, for sure. But also, like, it seems like a good job. So I just feel like, you know, I feel like maybe they don't deserve the shitty behavior you would need to do, so they fire you, if that makes sense. Because of the sounds. Oh, why because of the sounds, Judith? Middle child have the worst in my experience. I think honestly, it really, like, it's just one of those things again where, like, this is also generalization, right? It's sort of the same with, like, oh, men have it worse or like women have it worse. I think it's just like a different experience. I think firstborn children have usually like different responsibilities and expectations upon them than like middle children and then like third children. And I feel like maybe there's a thing where like parents learn to parent better by the second child because of the first child. Like that could be definitely like an argument here. But I think apart from that, there's also like super many parents who just don't, like they never see their mistakes. They never, I don't know, or maybe they change, but it's not better. So I'm not sure. I was also always climbing trees as though, yeah. I remember Gabamate saying no children grow up in the same family. Yeah. It's like the same with only child. Like I don't think only child or children have it necessarily better, right? The fuck. I think it's just a different type of experience and it depends on the personal experience if you liked it better or worse, right? So Oh, I see, Judith. Yeah, true. Hi, Atik. Welcome, welcome. And hi, Akane-sama. How you doing? Guys, let's stop with the generalized statements, right? Like, we don't need a license to have had a bad experience. Like, we don't need the official banner of, like, our place in the family or, like, middle child, first child, only child, whatever has it worse officially. We can just say, like we didn't like what we have and we hope that other people have a different, like, better, right? Like, there's certain statistical things maybe, um right, where, like, maybe we know, for example, like, I don't know, like what Fluffy says sort of like seems like there's like this, like like it's based on a study or something. So, like, if this is, for example, based on a study, then this would be more of like a systemic thing where, like, on average they have, like, more problems competing in a social setting. It also doesn't mean that, like, they have it like the worst or something, right? Because it can also mean that because, like, having it worst is not like directly to, like, oh, you can't compete in social settings later on, right? Like, there's a lot adding on to having it the worst, and there's a lot of different variables there. So even then, we can only make a statement about this, like, very specific variable, right? But yeah. Hi, Navandro. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How to get out of depression? Okay, that's a big question. Um, so first of all, it's really important to know if what you're talking about is, like, what you mean is actual depression or sort of like a depressive episode or something, right? Um, because depressive episodes are, like, way more common and are usually not as full blown, sort of integrated in your life and how you live your life, than depression. So I guess that sort of, like, knowing the difference there would be useful for the start. Um, and apart from that, I think honestly the easiest thing is get therapy. It's like you will find a, or hopefully you will find a person who understands you. If you don't on a fast try, then you, like, need to try second time or third time, right? Like, sometimes finding the right therapist takes a bit of time. Um, but I feel like therapy is by far the easiest way to get out of depression because you have a highly educated person in front of you who had many cases like yours and who can, like, find out, like, where you are, right? And this is maybe also something where, like, possibly, like, I can, like, find out, like, where you are specifically, like, where you're coming from, where your depression might come from, right? But this is, like, in a personal setting. They're usually sort of like or like more often they're sort of compounds of, like, different therapists working together. So they also get input from different therapists on your case, and they also can refer you to different therapies, right? Um, you can't get it in your country. Ugh, okay. So, well, if therapy is not in a picture, um, mm, so there's online therapy as well, right? But if it's more about the financial component not being available, um, there is sometimes sort of like public groups, um, where, for example, like essentially groups like the anonymous like alcoholics and stuff like this. Like there's also groups like these often for like mental health problems or depression or whatever. Like there's usually, especially in countries where like the sort of social system is really shit, um um they there's usually a form of community service which is not that bad because there's like a higher need for it. So the service you can apply to might still be like shittier than like in a developed country with like a big like social system, right? Because it might not be the case that you can get like free therapy, for example, but it might be the case that there's like a group like this, essentially like this community but in person, where like a therapist is holding it like every Sunday or something, you know, where you can like just go to and like talk to people and um, get like a bit of guidance, a bit of education, but are just not like have person like meet people in person and maybe find a support system in person. Um, yeah, and then there's for sure there's like any like free support services online are also like really amazing, of course. So I feel like finding out what the options are actually really important. Because there's usually more options than we think. Um, I guess apart from that, trying to understand your depression, if that makes sense, um, is something where with that information, you can sometimes just help yourself way better. Um, because depression can come from like a lot of different things. Um, so I feel like doing a bit of like introspection there, um, where you just try to be like curious what sort of triggers like a bad phase or what triggers a good phase or um, what lies beneath certain feelings. Yeah, just sort of making like a case study about yourself. Um, and yeah, trying to find out how the narrative around your depression works. Is very, very helpful. Mm. But yeah, I think the biggest one is just asking for help and asking for support in any way possible. Um, because this is just always going to make your chances better. Um, I don't know, like when we look at depression, like depression can be like really hard to beat, let's say. And I don't know, having this social component where you just have a support system which is going to help you um, is probably going to be better. But at the same time, it needs to be actual support, right? You get. Like I don't only mean like asking for support and then being bullied, right? Like we do want to actually get support, if that makes sense. Or something which feels like support for us. And it can also be like sort of difficult to find out what we actually want as support. And it can also need some time to figure that out and like try different things, see how they feel, you know, if that like seems like support to us. Um, But yeah, I feel like sometimes that can make all difference. I feel like sometimes we end up being depressed because we actually feel like we're alone with our problems and we don't have anybody who cares about us or who wants to help or so something like this. So I feel like honestly this first step of like reaching out for help, reaching out for support, um can make such a big difference because it can actually like it has the potential to show us that people where we thought they wouldn't help us actually do end up helping us, or where people where we thought like oh they wouldn't care or they can't understand actually do end up caring and understanding. So in this first instance of like reaching out for support, it can essentially change or like yeah, change this narrative we had that we're alone with this or that nobody understands us and something like this. Let me read through the messages. Hey, Evan, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by, though. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. And I hope next time maybe uh there's more time. We'll see. mm, I'm like I actually wanted to like see if like do you know anything about the tests already? Like is that a thing where we know? Or does that take longer to know? I don't know. Like some universities can be quite fast, but others can be super like take ages. Mm. Great. Can you tell or feel when you're about to be depressed, stress or something like that? And if yes, how do we stop it? I think it's actually a very big part of like being mentally stable to learn that how to learn to see the signals earlier and earlier, if that makes sense. Like to notice like okay, I'm actually like pushing myself too far right now. I'm a little bit exhausted. To like notice after a week like on Sunday like oh damn, I actually feel like I need to rest today, otherwise like tomorrow I won't be on full energy. And so I think with this, like I feel like that's been a big part of like me becoming mentally stable. That I was like more and more training this ability to notice when it's going wrong earlier and earlier and then correct course, essentially. Because I think there's always going to be moments in your life where like stress turns too much because there's things coming together which you haven't planned, you know, or like where like a big negative news hit you, like somebody died or something, or is super sick, whatever. And then you might like have a depressive phase or something like this, you know? Um, or like a close friend is betraying you, or you lose your job unexpectedly or whatever. Like things where you just where everything feels like it's turning upside down and you don't know how the future is going to look like. And I feel like anything like that is going to be easier to handle if you're usually on a very like energy type good base level. Because if that hits you when you're already like super stressed out since like a month and you haven't done anything about it, right? It's going to be like harder to like you don't have that much energy to deal with this. So it's going to be harder than when you're like on a very balanced energy level and then something like this hits you. Um, but I think apart from that, it's also really just knowing what you need or how you can help yourself. Um, so like, do I need to talk to a friend? Do I need to go for a walk in nature? Do I need to like not do anything for the entire day? Do I maybe need to work out or like like play tennis or something like this? Do I need to actually seek out more education or something which is sort of cognitively challenging? Do I need what else could there be? Do I just need to do something which is like a creative project, with your hands, which is sort of easy, but at the end you get like some result out of it, which can sort of like get you started and give back this feeling of like control and um, like I can influence the situation I'm in. Like, do I maybe need to cut down on social media? Do I need to cut down on any sort of drugs? Do I need to um, maybe sort of find a solution to my job or a friendship and like start a big talk because there's something which has to change, right? So I feel like being open to notice the signals and then actually do something about them is definitely, I think, a big factor. Like, I feel like a big factor about being emotionally stable is actually preventative measures instead of afterwards be like, okay, what do I do now? But yeah, that's usually not what we call like depression. Like this is more like if there's like a bad phase. Actual depression is usually like a very like a bigger topic. Like it's not as easy to fix. Because it's like really like it can be really integrated in our life and in our lifestyle. And so this is why like therapy is definitely like the easiest solution, right? Because you then have like a very knowledgeable person um, right there with you in a one-on-one talk, giving their full attention to you, right? So, and then like also talking to colleagues and like asking back, like you just get like so much knowledge in a person in that moment. Um, but yeah, if therapy is like not an option at all, just seeking out like any support you can seek out, if it's from friends, family, maybe like online groups like here or like usually there's some type of community centers and like what community center do as well. But seeking out any support you can um, is probably a really good starting point. Depression for me was always a dark spot from where it feels difficult to come out. It feels like it's all what I am. I get so lost in it because it becomes so normal. Yeah. I mean, depression can be like really confusing. Um, there's what we sort of do know is that depression is like very connected to lacking initiative. So this is why there are some programs. I think like in England, it was a program where it's they essentially prescribe you like a gym or some type of like sport or like going outside and hiking, sort of like things like these. If you struggle with depression, sorry, I need to. Oh, oh, this is so much better. Um, because we know it's so connected to lacking initiative and like not doing anything and like stagnation. So I think like by reaching out for help, by reaching out for support, you also essentially like reach out to have people help you with that, right? Like they're gonna be there and want to help, so they will want to do something. So it can also like keep you from like stagnating and like help with the initiative. Um, and I think that's also a big part of it. And hi, Fire, welcome. How you doing? Is depression part of grief or grief is part of depression? I don't think everybody who's grieving needs to be depressed. I think it's very likely to sort of feel like, depending on how you define depression. And for example, if you also put in a mix that like, oh, I feel depressed, like we commonly use it, then like for sure, like probably most people would say when they're grieving really bad that they would, oh, I feel so depressed, you know. This is not really about the official definition of depression though, right? This is more like how we sort of in normal society came to use the word. So I feel like grief or like big grief can trigger like a depressive episode. And depression, like grief can definitely be a part of depression when we, for example, grieve like a different course of life we would have had if something didn't happen or something, you know? Or when we grieve what person we're not or something. Like, I feel like grief and sort of this feeling of like, I wish it would have been different, like I wish I would live life in a sort of alternate universe where I'm not depressed, and like grieving for that is like a very common sort of part of depression. But yeah, it's not like always has to be there or something, you know. It's just very likely, I think, like from like that's how I would phrase it, I think. Thank you for the follow. I used to love wait, things yeah. Things I used to love don't excite me anymore. That is sadly a very common thing in depression. It really is annoying. Um Nothing makes me happy. Back to bad lucks, failures, the feeling of inferiority, failure, losing the faith in God. When everything around me is just, I hate people of my country and can't even move out. Yeah, that's tough. And I definitely see you there. So, I feel like, so I don't know if this thought will help you, right? Um, but I feel like sometimes, and some people, it can really help to know that what we perceive doesn't need to be the reality. So, for example, like when you say like back to back bad lucks, failures, the feeling of inferiority, failure, um, and like, I mean, everything around me is just blah, blah, blah. Um, it, this, okay. So I'm sort of like, I'm considering right now how I start this topic to make sure you feel seen. Because the thing is, I definitely see you. I see your perspective 100%. This is so much what my perspective looked to be like when I was depressed. I just felt so stuck, and I was so, it was so weird to me that nothing made me happy anymore. And it was so concerning to me because actually I felt like when I look around, my life is actually sort of fine. So why am I not happy? Um, and I just couldn't understand it. And I was also like low key bullying myself for the situation I'm in and the position I was in. Um, but I think a lot of the time, what really got me was this perspective that I had that everything is bad and that there's only bad things coming around. There's only like sort of like negativity towards me, towards others. Like everything seemed so negative. Like every perspective I got, any information I got and perceived from the world around me seemed really, really negative. And so I feel like one of the things which could have helped me back then is to know that how we perceive and what we perceive and how we interpret what we perceive is actually really, really dependent on how we feel. So when we feel really unhappy, when we feel anxious, we're gonna see more things which apply with that reality. So when we feel inferior, we're going to see more evidence and collect more evidence in our daily life that will prove this perspective. Even though we might go through the same day, a person like where like we wouldn't feel inferior like the same day is going to look so, so different. And we know this because there's this like really funny article, which is, well, okay, I guess it depends on if you would call it funny or not. Let me see. Like look up the link real quick. Um, so this is the link. So essentially what they did in this experiment is they put like a really bad scar on somebody's face, and then before they had that person talk to other people, they wiped it off. So that person was still thinking they had the bad scar, but essentially the scar was gone and they were talking to other people like they would always do. Afterwards, they were asked to like fill out sort of like a questionnaire about like how they felt the other person reacted to them, if it was different because of the scar and blah blah blah. And we know that most of the people, or like a really like significant percentage here, felt like, oh yeah, they treated me so different for sure, like everything because of that scar. Like you could really, like I could feel how they were looking at me weird and stuff like this. And this is so funny, right? Because they didn't have this scar. Their expectation of people treating them differently because they had the scar influenced so much the reality they perceived, that the reality they perceived fit to having a scar, even though they didn't. And with that, there is a sort of like nice, um,
We don't feel like we have.
there's a nice audiobook I'm like listening to right now. It's this one. This is, to my knowledge, not from any psychologist or anything. It's just a person offering their perspective. And so, like, take it with a grain of salt. Don't like with everything, like, take the things which are useful, leave the things which are not. But this is essentially, like, the title of the book is Don't Believe Everything You Think. And he has this really, really nice example actually, where there's this a monk who struggled super hard with meditating and focusing in a meditation, and who's always like so pissed off by everybody around them, like if they're disturbing the meditation. And then the monk like tries to avoid everybody and everything. And it's like, okay, I'm going to completely isolate myself and meditate to be able to properly meditate, because so many people are disrupting me the entire time. So annoying. And then he's on this, like, in the middle of the lake on a boat meditating, and he still gets pissed off. And that's why he notices, like, oh, fuck. Okay, so it's actually not about the others, it's about me. And I don't know. I feel like this is send a message in a Mod channel on Discord. Is it invisible or gone? What? In the mods channel on Discord. I send a message. um, but I feel like sort of keeping that in mind, that things look bad right now, but they're probably not as bad as you think. For me, that personally helps me in dark moments to just not get sucked into this negative thinking spiral. Because I feel like sometimes when we get these negative thoughts and when we get all of this negative information, right? We just, well, we believe it. Like, we think, oh, this is something we see. We believe the information we get, right? Because it's just like, this is something we see. This is something we went through. Like, of course it's real. Like, of course this is objective reality. But we don't understand how we're actually like biasing ourselves for the negative things, and how we're probably like when you say yourself, right, you're not excited anymore by the things you used to love. You're not happy anymore by so many things. It's like you also don't get these, like, this is something you're lacking but it's still there. And these negative informations you get can sometimes make our depression even worse, because it makes us less hopeful, because it makes the world seem so much worse. And it can make us like isolate ourselves even more, because we don't trust anybody anymore. It can make us like not ask for support, because like, oh, but like when I like said this through like super many flower walls and like asked them for support, like they didn't get it. And we instantly see it like, oh, they rejected me and like they don't want to help me. But in essence, they probably just didn't understand what you asked them for. So I feel like for the specific purpose of when you are depressed, to not be sucked into this rabbit hole, this is where I feel like this perspective can help. To just know everything looks so bad right now, but this doesn't need to be true. It also doesn't need to be wrong, right? And it's still important to listen to your emotions, and maybe like, like not like let somebody like like from your perspective bully you and like not say something, just thinking like, oh, but this is probably not true. It still hurts me, but it's not true. But it just sort of changes the way we go about things, right? Because it will change us from being instantly offended and being like, oh, how can you say something like this? To being like, hey, is this how you mean this? Like, to me, it just seems like you're like bullying me for not trying, but I tried really hard. And then we're able to reach out and connect to the people around us. And I think only having that can already be really powerful. Yeah. And the second thing, I guess, which is really important to understand about depression is when you were depressed for like a long period of time, like it's not a depressive episode where you're like depressed for a couple of months, but you're depressed for like a long period of time. It probably has to do something with how you live your life right now and how you make your decisions right now. So you probably like need to do some adjustments to how you live life to make life less draining, less yeah, I guess it depends on like how your depression, sort of how that narrative is. But just like the most common negative emotions we have with your depression, or like that narrative of your depression, it's going to be linked to something. So see if there's ways how you can change these negative things into something better, how you can do something about it. Hmm. Sorry, I I was losing my shoe. Just remember, depression doesn't leave just because you understand that depression responds to behavior, not to philosophy. Yeah, for sure. Like depression is definitely like this is exactly what I mean. Like depression, like if you like had it like have it for a year, it's not just like a like one bad thing you had or something. Well, okay, I guess for a year it could still be like, oh, one bad thing happened, but it's like a really grave thing and you like didn't properly deal with it and now everything is off balance. But there's still like, yeah, there definitely needs to be behavior change. Um, but I think sometimes this behavior change can like is so that's the thing with depression, right? Because it's so linked to lacking initiative, behavior change is really hard, right? Like makes sense, right? Like behavior change is like doing something active and doing something which is scary as well, usually. Um, and then on the other hand, you have just this like lack of initiative or like initiating anything, right? So because of this, behavior change is going to be extra hard. Um, but this is why I feel like just changing the perspective in that way to like not, yeah, like the title of the book says, don't believe everything you think, um, might help you. Like if it does help you to not go into that spiral, I think that's really beneficial already. Because if you don't go into that spiral, you stay in a... It's easier to do something. It's easier to change something because the pressure is not that high, right? So, yeah. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah. So this is exactly what I meant. Yeah. It's like, well, I guess, okay, it's sort of like depression can get definitely better once you understand it, right? Like, for example, with like because depression is very linked to worldview as well, right? And how your belief system works. So if you understand more about your belief system and your worldview and you come to new thinking patterns there, it can definitely like make a big difference. But there's probably like gonna be behavior change, but that behavior change might automatically start because you changed your thinking patterns, right? Because you came to different conclusions, and that's why now you make decisions differently. So for example, like understanding the perspective, if it's of like don't believe everything you think, and like don't get into this negative spiral, is going to help you to make different decisions, right? And probably better informed decisions. It's probably going to help you to reach out for support more just because the pressure isn't too high and you're not stuck in this like super, super dark place where everything seems shit and everybody seems dangerous and everybody seems like who is like rejecting you or something like this. So in that regards, this more like perspective change can lead you to behavior change. Hi, Snake, welcome. I remember reaching a point in my life when I believe that nothing matters, no purpose, no divine meaning, just existence. And then I ask myself, if nothing matters, why does my suffering method so much? You know, if the universe doesn't give a shit, why am I carrying this weight? That's valid. Also lost the love of my life. I did everything for her, helped her in her career and everything to make her life better for years. And at the end, she said she can't marry me because she belongs to a superior caste and she needs to keep the bloodline pure. If she marries me, I'll make their lineage blood impure. There's a mentality of people in my country. They have nothing to be proud of except their caste and religion. I think it would be really interesting to find out how this contributes to your depression. Like, because sometimes we pull knowledge from things we've went through, right? And a lot of the time, like this makes sense in terms of like why this is happening, right? So for example, like if we lived through, I don't know, like a tiger encounter or something, we're gonna probably try to gain knowledge or sort of make any sense of that and understand how we are supposed to behave the next time, because now we have one evidence of like this is how we behaved when we lived, so this is going to be good behavior, right? So if something bad happens to us, like we burn ourselves on the stove, there's probably going to be some type of knowledge we try to draw from that, why we burned ourselves on the stove. So that can be as basic as like, okay, stove is bad, the stove always burns you. And this is also really dependent on like how intellectually like active we think about something, and also like how actually like how much intellect we already have, right? So this is why like kids, for example, and if you look at like childhood memory, childhood trauma, I mean, there's a lot of internal beliefs which actually don't really make sense if you look at them closely, because they're from a intellectual standpoint of a child, which didn't understand any sort of like really nothing much about the situation their like parents went through, but just projected it onto them, right? Um, so with things like these, when you lost the love of your life there, it would be interesting to find out, like, if your depression started there, what beliefs stick around since then, right? Oh, so it's not only India, but also where Mr. Teague is coming from. Hmm. Are those crosses on your ears? It's a sword. Yeah, not crosses. How long do you still have in front of you, Corrupted, by the way? Yeah. Oh, don't worry, Mill. I sort of like yeah. I didn't comment much on what you like were writing because it doesn't really have a question, right? It's just sort of a statement where it's like, yeah, valid statement. For the 3 months. Damn. But yeah, for example, like Mr. IT, what I feel like could be sort of a thing, right, in terms of like what is sticking around with narrative and why you might be depressed, could be a thing like feeling like, oh, I lost the love of my life. There's no person on this planet except from her I'm gonna love as much as her. So essentially, by losing her, I've lost the possibility to this much love, and then is life even worth it? Does it even make sense still? You know, like if I can't have this, why do I still like, you know, what is there in this life which is worth having? Um Another thing could be that like people after like a breakup or like after being rejected sometimes have is that they just feel unlovable, like they're not worth it, or they're not worth much, or something, or like nobody wants them, and like they're never gonna find a partner, like they're gonna die alone, right? Hmm. Yeah. I feel like being really frustrated with a discriminating system is definitely um a very valid reason for depression, right? Like it's a lot of stress, you're constantly confronted by it. And it feels like you're helpless, like you can't do anything against it because it's just who you were born at. And I feel like, especially if it's something where we feel like we're helpless and can't do anything about it, it makes us feel especially stuck, if that makes sense. And it can feel really hopeless because we feel stuck. So then definitely like making a plan like this of like moving out and like, or a plan how this is not going to influence you anymore, or how you can find your happiness even though some people believe in this, and sort of coming to the conclusion that like it's not all though. And also maybe like asking for support to deal with this pressure is a thing which can help a lot. So for example, like for women, like if they have a friend they can talk to about like sexism, it can make them feel, it can help them a lot, right? Because otherwise they would be isolated with this suffering. But if they can talk about it and if they get support about it, it's definitely not the same anymore. And especially when they then also get support with, for example, like, hey, like, you know how it is, like, can you walk me home because I don't feel safe outside alone? And they get that type of support. This can be a really great service to someone who's suffering under something where they can't really change much about it themselves, to just be seen by the people around them and be understood and be supported. I think this is actually like a really interesting perspective of like when people don't change, they leak. They leak what they never faced, what they never healed, and they leak it onto people who didn't cause it. And that's how that cycle survives. A lot of our suffering isn't what happened to us, it what we become afterwards. I think that's actually really true. Um, and I really, I, so at the beginning, I wasn't a fan of like using the word leaking here, but I think it's actually really accurate because I feel like it happens very like unconsciously. It's like we feel like we think about ourselves and our own suffering, but when we don't confront our suffering and we don't like properly learn how to emotionally regulate us, how to handle ourselves and everything, it is exactly that. Like we impact the people around us. When we, for example, like when our parents would have properly learned how to like, you know, like go about their like trauma and everything, um, then our childhood maybe would have looked very differently, right? Um, and I don't think we usually think about this impact for others because we're so convinced or we're so busy with the impact it has on ourselves, but it also impacts the people around it. And it's really something I noticed as well, where like when I didn't go to therapy yet and was struggling, like I thought the only person struggling is me. And it's like not in this sense of like, oh, and like nobody on the world is struggling. That's not the direction I'm trying to go at. But what I'm trying to go at is like, I only saw this suffering, like how my suffering influences me. I didn't see how it influences my surroundings. Like, I didn't see how I am like a worse friend because I'm not emotionally available to my friends. Because every time they come to me with like problems where they just want to feel sad and want to feel seen with being sad, I was the one who was emotionally not available and tried to fix their problem, even though they never wanted me to fix it. But they just wanted to be seen feeling like this. But I couldn't have the space to feel these emotions. I wasn't emotionally available to them. And this is why I was a bad friend in that instance. Or like how me not being able to properly articulate my boundaries sometimes and my needs to my friends, how that like made friendships really sort of have like an unsafe attachment style, and how people also noticed that very early on and then just decided to like not be friends with me. um or how I also neglected my sisters at certain points because I was struggling so much with my own mental health. And this is like, it's not a thing where I like completely like blame me for, because like in like certain amounts of these instances, I was still a child and I was like really, like just very busy with surviving, honestly. Um, but yeah, it's really like how we suffer is influencing the people around us. Like if we, even if, for example, if we're like insecure, we might turn to like helicopter parents who essentially let our kids like manipulate us and like just use us, just because we need to feel so needed. Even if it goes across our boundaries, even if they don't learn while doing that, but because we fix our wound in that moment where we feel like they rely on us. And we don't care much if that also means they depend on us and actually not turn to independent humans. Or we just like spoil them because we feel like nobody likes us and we have to pay people to like us. And that's why we just spoil the people around us, and not with love, but out of insecurity, which then can actually make it like really hard to trust any of that love we receive because we feel like we paid for it. And like there's so many ways how our suffering influences the people around us. And I don't know, for example, with my dad, like he felt very insecure, very isolated, very lonely. And I was the person who like where he got his needs met. Like where he got the hugs he like needed. But this is why he always hugged me too long and he didn't even care about it. And like, or why like he made me like really good presents and at points where he felt like he had to make up for something, instead of actually just saying sorry and like being accountable, right? So in that regard, I really like the word leaking, because I didn't know I was leaking. Like so many don't. You don't see directly how your suffering influences the people around you because you're so busy with yourself. But I'm really glad I'm able to see it now. And definitely chat through that. Like, friend reminder to air out your room, drink some water, stretch, stay healthy. Oh, attachment theory is really interesting, yeah. Attachment theory is also sort of a big part of like schema therapy. Yes and no, it's gonna be narrative exposure therapy. Hmm. Asta, have you talked to your therapist about how like we like do you remember like it was like I remember like how long ago it was, but I think it was like a week or maybe like 1.5 or 2. Um where I sort of like asked you if you want to talk to a therapist about maybe taking a break from narrative exposure therapy to like be able to recharge because you felt so exhausted. So have you talked about this with your therapist? Like has there been some sort of like change or anything like that? I'm gonna grab some new water again, guys. So I'm gonna be back in a second. How do you make up for the fact that you were so busy surviving when growing up? How do you mean make up for the fact that I was so busy surviving when growing up? Like in which direction? And how do you blame if you blame something? What? How do you blame if you blame something, and what do you blame? You can just move past it and focus on the effects and how your life can be improved right now. But when reading the Gita Jacob book, I was forced to think about the childhood causes as instructed in it. So I had that question written down some while ago. I feel like in my case, it wasn't anybody's direct mistake. My parents or the kids that mocked me, but I love my parents now. They are fixing their lives. The kids were kids. Everyone was living for the first time. Can you not blame anything in the past that you or somebody else was doing and still do the exercises in the book? I think you don't need to blame anybody. I think actually, like, I don't think it's bad to have nobody in your mind to blame. I think it's actually really good if you understand the sort of situation around for everybody else. Like, it's essentially like this term called mentalizing. Like, you guys remember when we talked about it, maybe? We talked about it a couple of times already. But I feel like being able to mentalize with the people who harmed you, and like therefore not blaming anybody, not like being angry on anybody necessarily, but just sort of understanding how just everything was sort of like unluckily clicking together. And yeah, I don't think that's negative or anything. Like the Guitar Jacob book is the it's the Breaking Negative Thinking Patterns book, yeah. I don't think they want you to blame it on anybody, no? Which worksheet did you do where you felt like it's like you would have to have somebody to blame it on? Because yeah, usually like blaming anybody is not really helping you get out of something, but it's more so helping you to hold on to something. So I think if you don't have anybody to blame for, it's actually like quite nice, right? Because you just understand how like there's nobody who intentionally did you harm, right? Like you understand how you were harmed, but it wasn't like the world is like out to get you. And I think that's honestly quite peaceful, right? It's like on the other hand, it's also like I know there's sort of like a level of like, oh well, but if it doesn't even take people who like want to harm me, but like everybody might harm me, like that can also be a bit scary. But it also just like shows how like I don't know, being hurt is like really just happens, you know? And it's not like the world is out to get us or anything. Or like usually there's of course some fucked up people, right? But you know. And I don't know, I think it also makes it really easy to actually take accountability for our own lives and for our own progress. Right. I see, Esther. Yeah. And hi, Chu. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, it's to connect the dots with your childhood, and I can't help but build resentments. I've always don't think about the stuff that happened, but if I have to think about it and improve me through that direction. Mm. Oh. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Now I understand how you mean. So essentially, like, you feel like you actually do end up blaming your dad or building resentment through, in that book, being confronted with what happened in your childhood. But you also say, like, you feel like in your case it wasn't anybody's direct mistake. So where's the resentment then coming from? Thank you for the follow and welcome, welcome. How are you doing? My day is pretty good. Thank you for asking. How's your day? Oh, you're making a project. Nice. Hmm. So do you still have resentment for that, Faker Mink? Asta, I'm gonna focus on Faker Mink for a second, okay? Since this is sort of with their talk. I do, I think. Can't talk to him without being mean. Hmm. I mean, you know, it would be understandable to like have resentment towards a parent who neglected you, even though it's so long ago. So I feel like sometimes when we like go through these like walking books, right? There can be sort of like a conflict where we feel like our emotions say something different than our logic. And it can feel like, for example, our emotions say like, "Oh, I resent him, and he was such a shitty dad, and how could he like do any of this?" Well, our head is sort of like, "Oh yeah, you know," but like see the situation, and like it wasn't like directly like trying to harm me, but it just, you know, blah blah. But it can be the case that our like emotional side just like doesn't really understand this, or like our inner child, if you want to call it, and is just like, yeah, but like I don't give a fuck, like he should have like just not done this, and it's just wrong and stuff like this. So I feel like maybe when you go through this book, don't be afraid to write down conflicting things. You know? Like, the answers you do write down should sort of really reflect what's going on inside of you. And if there's a conflict inside of you between your emotional and your cognitive sort of approach to this problem, that's entirely fine. But if you notice that, like, emotionally, you're apparently not really believing in what, like, cognitively seems like very clear to you, or like intellectually seems clear to you. I feel like maybe dig a little bit deeper in that. You know? And don't think too much on your responses, but like sometimes we can connect easier to our emotional sides or like to this inner child when we don't wait until we think very intellectually about a question, but when we just sort of answer with our gut feeling, even if that seems mean or something like this. Because there's always like the book describes, right? Like we have these child modes, but we also have the healthy adult mode. So in that moment where you're being asked about your child mode, the healthy adult mode is still there, right? And I feel like maybe it's the healthy adult mode who's answering with like, oh yeah, but you know, like situationally and whatever, like my dad, you know, like everybody's doing this for the first time, blah blah blah, and having all these excuses. But maybe your child mode is just like, I don't give a fuck about these excuses. Like, I was a kid. He should have done better. Like, why am I supposed to have the capacity here when I'm the kid, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe explore that. Maybe explore if you get more information by going with your instinctual answer. Even if that's like low-key like mean or something. I mean, you write it, you know, you're just walking on this like walkbook. So it's like, it's not like you're going to show this to your dad or something, right? Yeah. I see, I see. I mean, what's the specific question then you had? Like, you had the question about like blame and sort of like how do you blame somebody? But then at the same time, you were going like, sort of like, oh, I don't blame nobody. So I think I didn't really went into the question of like how I blame or if I blame or whatever. Because I thought like this is not the direction we're going. Like, should I still answer? Would that still be interesting? I mean, that was the question you asked in the beginning, no? Like with the first message here. Like, how do you make up for the fact that you were busy surviving or growing up? And how do you blame if you blame something and what do you blame? No? Or did everything answer it already? Okay. So about my experience with that, yeah. Mm, so back then I definitely felt resentment. Um, but now it's not, I don't know, it's not so much that I like, I don't know, I don't really focus on the other people, if that makes sense. Like yeah, I focus more on the effects it had on me, like you do. Um, and sort of like trying to find out like how it influenced me, like how I can like handle those things better in the future. Um, how the narrative works for me. Like I feel like for me a lot of it is also that I just understand that like a lot of the things which have happened which influenced me negatively were sort of like a also like a question of interpretation, right? And it was just like specifically my situation, because like gaslighting, emotional neglect and manipulation were going on. It's just a thing where it's like I think for my mom it was just a really really tough situation. um so Indiana Jones, by the way, at hip hop right now. I think you should come back in like half an hour or so. um But yeah, I think it was just a very complicated situation, like a situation you're not really ready for. Um, and there were also like a lot of things going wrong. Like she tried to sort of like get help as well for me, but it just didn't really, work out really well. And I think it then also, I think she's definitely neurodivergent as well. And I think there was a certain part of not being able to relate to me, and like also me being able to suppress too many emotions too good, if that makes sense. So I don't know, I don't really like fault my mom. um with my dad, it's like I understood sort of how he ended up doing what he did, even though it was completely wrong, and I do think he belongs in jail. But yeah, like he's just socially like super inadjusted, I think. And I don't really resent him. I guess I resent more the choice of the court that he was able to have contact to his daughter, where I think that was super shouldn't have happened. Um, I think that choice was like super questionable. Um, yeah. Yeah, so it's just one of those things like, yeah, I just don't really, I don't know. I think my dad shouldn't have been in the picture, and it shouldn't have been his choice to be in the picture or not. Um, because I feel like he was not ready at all for that responsibility he was given there. I don't think he should have had contact to a child. Like he was clearly not in the position to make good choices there. So in that regard, I'm definitely like, I'm really disappointed of our system, honestly, how that case got handled. Um, because the system just proved itself and utterly useless. Um, but yeah, I do just like focus on like sort of what's like what I can do now, like, and change that. So also like how I talk to my mom, I sort of try to do that differently. Um, and like the way I like ask for help, um, or any of those things. So just getting out of those patterns from back there and not, I don't know, I try to like, I feel like honestly like not taking anything personal from back there is low key super useful, because I don't project it on me as a person. Um but it's just like, you know, like it didn't like my dad didn't not like me, but he was just like should have gotten help, but was entitled to have contact to his daughter. So that was just like a recipe for disaster, and it turned out like everybody expected it to. Um, so I don't think like it's like I got troubled there because it's me or anything, but just because the situation was shit. And I think that sort of helps to not take too much from these like teachings you could get from these times onto you. But it does definitely like for sure it influences like attachment style for me. Like there's just certain like these, I feel like traumas which you got like when you were like really really young about like specifically your safety are really hard to overcome, even if you're like, because I feel like they're low key like in your body just. Um so like now I just sort of like see them as my like special needs in that regard. Um and I don't know, like everybody has different special needs, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't think much about my childhood. Wow. Hmm. I mean, you can always talk about your boundaries and establish your boundaries now, right? So, like with my dad, for example, I like cut him off. So, like, he's not in my life anymore. Because I don't think he would do any good there. Um, and like I tried to talk about him about my boundaries, but they were like continuously crossed. So I don't think he is able to understand that in his state right now. Um, with my mom, it's boundaries are sort of like a like it's not an easy topic, but it's like a topic where like Um, it gets better and better, I think. Like sort of like we talk about it, and it's sort of like, yeah, it's a bit ambiguous because the communication is really hard about it. But I do believe she like it gets like better and better. So but there's definitely like also to my mom like a certain difference on topics where like I just don't talk to her about because I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Like I feel like in certain discussions there's like our way of communication just doesn't work. And like at some point I'm like gonna talk to her about this more when we have like more time with each other. But I think until then, I just sort of like pick my topics with her, you know? Um, and that's also my way of keeping my boundaries. So I feel like even if something happened and it's like long ago, it can sometimes be like really nice to be able to like talk and like have like a very clarifying talk with your parents about how what your boundaries are right now, and that they will be respected from now on. Because that can sort of like take away this like I guess this like fear that this could happen again or something like this. It can also be really nice to talk to your parents about how something they did or like how something they did and the way you interpreted it affected you. And just be seen and sort of like ask some clarifying questions on certain things they said, maybe, which were hurtful, to be able to step away from that, to get some closure on it. Mm. But it really depends as well on like what type of communication is possible with your parents, I guess. Yeah. What's the pull in the redemption? Uh, you mean the poor royalty? Or which one do you mean? No, the 30K. Ah, cute grey pets. Um, that's like just like like petting the popo. Yeah, it's like from back in the day. I don't know how to emotionally be normal towards my dad, who has now healed himself and doing a job and is a better person now. So he did work on himself. Boundaries are an issue, but I have always made them strong from the start. So more so just he shows me love now and it feels genuine, but it didn't for quite long, and talking to them about the stuff with brown parents is not an option. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like especially when your dad changed now and is like way better now, um maybe talking to them is an option, you know. Ah, welcome back, Indiana John. But if talking to them is not an option, it can be really nice to see what you want to get out of talking to them, if that makes sense. So, like, sometimes, for example, we just want to know that our parents are proud of us, for example, or that they love us. because the way they acted back then made us believe that they don't. And now this is sort of a question where like we feel like we know, but we just need it very, very clearly said. And I think then we don't even need to specifically talk about what happened back then or how back then influenced us to ask this today. But we can just ask this in a moment of vulnerability today. And like ask it once and then they're probably gonna be like, huh, why are you asking? Like, of course, blah blah blah. And but then we can just sort of double down and it's like actually like really, because sometimes back then it didn't feel like this. And I don't know, like I just need to know. And then it's like sort of we bring back then, but we don't bring it back with like a very like there's no, you know, like they don't need to take blame, they don't need to say sorry technically. Like we don't push them to take accountability in that moment, but we just sort of like get the answer we needed from them with putting the context in as well. But yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be a gradual process to heal the relationship, for sure. And I think as long as your boundaries are being respected, you know, and as long as, like, for the relationship you have with them now, you still love them and you still like having the contact with them, then it's worth it, right? Like, sometimes we have contact to people where they're not perfect, but we still have contact to them because, like, for what it is worth, it's still worth enough. You know, like for example, with my mom, like I can't talk to her about every topic, but for what I can talk to her about and for what the relationship is offering me, it's definitely positive. So it's like whenever, like, even if something like bad happens, I just sort of, it's like, yeah, okay, you know. Oh my god, you didn't get any sleep, Fluffy? Get some sleep. What the hell? Get well soon, Fluffy. Ah, nice. Let's go, Fluffy. Thank you for the good news. And see you next time. Hmm. I mean, sleeping is very important. We all know that, Asta, right? I don't know if I'm wrong. Isn't this related to imposter syndrome? Wait, what do you mean specifically? But in luck now. I thought you wanted to go sleep, Fluffy. Are you sleeping with your eyes open or? Oh, by the way, chat. This Thursday, there is no stream this Thursday. Just FYI. And maybe next week Monday, also no stream. But I don't know about next week Monday. But this week, Thursday, there's no stream. We are having, there's the cousin of Zach coming and her boyfriend. So we have guests over until next week. So no stream on the 12th of March. Just the second setup. So, but Mill, how do you mean this with imposter syndrome? Like, what do you mean is relating to imposter syndrome? No, but like a certain topic. So I just need to know to what your answer related, right? Like if it was to what I said or what somebody else said in chat, right? Because I don't see a connection to imposter syndrome. So like imposter syndrome is like usually what is sort of described as this feeling of like you got a job or something and you feel like you're inadequate or inferior for the job, or you like you don't believe any compliments being made about you, and yeah. Yeah, this feeling of like, faking or like having to fake the entire time or like talk your way around it, and feeling like when somebody were to actually like talk to you or whatever, they could find out that you actually don't know, or that you're like in a room where you shouldn't be, essentially. What is the Dunning-Kruger effect, by the way? Wait. Ah, yeah. Yep. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I thought with streaming. What? Would you rather watch a tree grow or a Nero? uh, such a random question. I think I wouldn't mind both, actually. There is, though.
My name is Patrick Agnew.
There's this, wait. Huh? Okay. There's this, there's this video, which is like so cool. Yeah, this one. Wait. I mean, that video is though really cool, you know? So, you know. Wait, this is not about Faker Mink, yeah. You auto-completed the wrong name, Indiana. Okay. So, a warning was insufficient. Don't worry, Indiana John. But that video is really cool, guys. Like, if anybody's interested, it's like I filmed plants for 15 years. It's a time-lapse compilation of like so many different plants, like trees and like so many different things, and it's so cool actually. It's really, really cool. Like, he has multiple videos. And it's just, I don't know, I love it. So. But yeah, it's really, really cool. But I do have to ask though, like, how would it, like, what is the troll? Like, what is the... Oh. Bruh. Okay, now I get it. Well, that's, My question is, how do you know when you're healed? I guess I still feel I'm not healed. I think that question is really hard actually to answer because it sort of depends on what is possible in our opinion, right? And since we can't really tell what is possible and what is not possible, and the ways we sort of interpret life and what we want to pick out of life, it sort of really depends how your definitions are. Because, for example, if we look at some, like, there's gonna be some, like, influencers who just show their life as, like, oh, my life is perfect. Like, there's nothing bad happening. It's absolutely perfect. And since we can't look at everybody's life and we can't sort of like, even for them, like some influencers, we might know they're fake, but like for some we don't, right? So, we don't really have a very accurate picture of what is actually possible in terms of healing and what is not possible, or like what is the optimum or the best or whatever, right? I personally think that healing for me is, I'm mentally stable right now, and I'm usually mentally stable. Like there's gonna, like, just normal regular life is not gonna throw me off, and like even bigger things, there might be, like, I don't know, like a grieving period for sure. There might be a period where I feel like shit or something, right? But there's like, I'm gonna get out of it before like falling into depression or anything like that, right? um and the second is that I'm able to do anything I want to do. Um, in terms of that, like nothing, like no anxiety, no feeling of inferiority or depression or something like this is holding me back from things I want to do or achieve. Um, this doesn't necessarily mean that I don't still have intrusive thoughts and I'm not still going through the process of like dealing with them. This does for me not mean that I don't still have some topics which I'm like anxious about, or where I have more anxiety, or where I have self-doubts. But it means that the way I'm dealing with those topics is like in a healthy, adjusted way. Like I don't perceive my insecurities as the fault from somebody else, but I'm able to like openly communicate about this. I'm able to enforce boundaries. I'm able to forgive people when they did something wrong, but I'm also able to make decisions which, I don't know, would mean to cut somebody off or something like this. Um, and for example, it doesn't mean for me that I'm like never gaming or something, but it means that I don't like sort of negatively cope with gaming to run away from something. And that I can stop with gaming and I don't do it in like an addictive way where I then like regret that I've been gaming for so long. Um, but I feel like this way of like, when are you like fully healed? I don't think you will ever be fully healed, because I think that to a certain extent, being heard is just sort of is part of life. Like, I don't think there's relationships which are always like perfect and nobody ever gets hurt. But I think in a like safe attachment style relationship, if you get hurt, you're able to reconnect easily. Like you can address how you've been hurt and you get emotional support, you can understand the other person, and you're able to trust the connection very easily again. And it's not like somebody does something wrong and then like forever they're out of your life, but it's like somebody does something wrong, you communicate about it, and it's like there is a way to resolve it, if the person is also interested in that. um so I think, yeah, like being healed is maybe knowing how to deal with stuff and and being happy with the life you lead. Maybe like this. But I guess it's always a progress. Yeah. How do I address it? What do you mean with how do you address it? Address that you're still not fully healed, or address like how would you find out that you are fully healed? I guess these questions we sort of might have answered already. So if you like have still a question, then let me know. What do you think about smoking tobacco? It's like everybody can do what they want, right? But I think it's really important that you sort of like making an active choice there instead of just smoking tobacco because you're like super addicted to it or something. Yeah. But I feel like if you see like all the negative side effects you could have from smoking tobacco, but still decide completely knowingly that you want to smoke tobacco, then yeah, that's, I don't know, like if that's the life you feel like you want to have, you know, you do you. I would be happy if something happens and I don't have the over the top reactions and my body doesn't goes instantly in stress mode. Yeah. But even that, I think, like, there's still topics which trigger me somewhat, but it's a way where, like, it's way easier to handle it. Like, I noticed earlier, I know what to do for myself, and I don't feel as triggered as before, because I know I'm gonna be safe. Like, I know that, like, okay, I feel like this right now, but it's like, this is like the anxiety, not me, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. Take your time. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like a lot of things will maybe hurt me forever. But I think that's also very normal, right? Like, I feel like, I don't know, like thinking somebody doesn't love you who you thought they would, it's probably gonna hurt you forever. Like, not that like one instance of this is like hurting you every day, but just like if that occurs, then it's gonna hurt. And just because that occurred with a different person before, I don't think that's gonna. What the hell? Hello, pigeon? That's just the biggest pigeon. Like right there. Oh, okay. Pigeon is gone. um, but yeah, I think it's gonna hurt every time though. It's just like a very normal thing to hurt, if that makes sense. So I don't know. But yeah, I think so. I don't think the goal is to like never be hurt anymore, but I think the goal is to um be able to handle being hurt better and like have this security that it's like gonna be fine again even though you were hurt, and then you're not so scared of being hurt, right? Um and being able to reconnect with somebody, like knowing your needs in the moment, being able to state your boundaries, being able to communicate with the other person. Yeah. Hi, welcome to the stream. How you doing? So, yeah. Careful, pigeons are more dangerous than wolves. Yeah. But window is like only like, only like this. So I don't think the pigeon can make it in here actually. I think the pigeon is too fat. Yeah. What someone means? How do you mean that specifically? Sort of like that you're able to figure out what someone means easier? Or yeah, or what SO means? Oh, so cute, Indiana Jones. Ah, okay. It's someone. Yeah. SO is someone. So it's need someone to talk to. The glass acts as a force field to protect Crane from the evil pigeons. Exactly. No. So that someone is me. Or like someone in stream. Yeah. Me in this community. Does that answer your question? 60? So I can share what is annoying me here. Yeah, it's like it's not like trauma dumping, right? But it's like we sort of like try to help you in any way we can. So I guess for starters, it's like always good to know how we can help you. Like, is there something you need advice with, or like you just need emotional support? And then like for that you can yeah, share whatever is necessary. We just offer mental health support here, so yeah. I think with your parents, Esther, I think it's a very important thought, right? I feel like it would make sense to think about what you would want from that conversation with your parents. Like, what specifically would you want to get out of that conversation? Sort of like them saying sorry or them having some excuse, which makes it more excusable, or them just listening to you, or like what would you actually want or need out of that conversation? Like what would you need to hear for the conversation, like for you to be able to just be like, okay, period, conversation over, and like I'm good now. I got closure. What would that be? And I think once you have thought about this and know specifically, okay, this would be the optimum case, like I would need to hear something like that or something which would answer that question, and then I would be able to like completely let go of that. That would resolve like so much of my confusion or whatever. Then think about if that is a possibility from your parents. Like if you think that would be in the cards in a talk with them. Or maybe is that even something you can get without talking to them? Maybe it's actually something they can't give you because even though they would say the perfect thing, you would be able, like, you wouldn't be able to let it go with closure, but because you just wouldn't believe it. So would you be happy with the conversation even if they wouldn't like admit mistakes? And even if they would just say like, oh yeah, we just make these choices because, I don't know, we fucking hated you? Alright, Judith. See you next time. And thank you for coming here. So do you think it would be like a possibility to get that answer? And what would be the consequence of a negative response? Hmm. So just knowing why would help. Or understanding why. I feel like this can be a very, very important thought. And you should definitely talk about this with your psychologist and what she thinks would make sense or when that would make sense. You know? That's very beautifully said, Mill. I just need someone to tell me if I'm correct by just being me, the me inside. When I say some facts that are true, but nobody wants to hear because reality is hard to accept. Hmm. So, how can we. So, how can we help you there, 60? Do you want to tell us that, like, fact or whatever? Hmm. I can definitely see how having that context can help to let go of something, Esther, for sure. I feel like sometimes we can actually get that context ourselves, just from what we remember still. But sometimes it can also be really nice to talk to those people. But I don't think you should make that decision alone. I feel like you should talk to this with your therapist. Because your case is definitely like a case of like where something like this can hold like a lot of gravity, right? So I would definitely, for sure, if I were you, get like a professional's opinion about this, or like your professional's opinion about this from your psychologist. Hmm. Maybe you can write down the questions you have for your psychologist to like be able to get all of those answers, you know, and like not forget anything, not have anything lingering around. All right, that's good. So then now you need to wait the like 2 weeks until your narrative exposure therapy is over, or? So 60 coming back to you. When you say like when I say some facts that are true but nobody wants to hear because reality is hard to accept, and then you say like I just need someone to tell me if I'm correct by just being me, the inside me. I don't feel like necessarily that like being you has to correlate with the second statement of like when I say some facts that are true but nobody wants to hear because reality is hard to accept. I feel like since there is no one conclusive reality, it seems more like there's no space for a different opinion. And communication is not working. You know? And putting this like narrative onto others of like, well, they just can't accept it because reality is hard to accept, but I can, is sort of putting like a superiority, like a hierarchy there. And like I'm better than them. Because like I can accept reality and they just can't accept reality. What this essentially just tells me is that you don't really see others in that moment, or like what I worry is that you don't see others' actional reasoning, but instead you just supplement it with making your own reasoning for them. And now, because that doesn't properly work and you're not properly being able to form connections to other people around you, you want me to tell you that you're correct and that they are wrong to reject you because what you said was correct. Like, this is what it sounds to me, 69. So correct me if I'm wrong. But I feel like there should always be a way to have a conversation about something, to be able to listen to other people's opinion. And I think it is also like having a communication and good working communication is always the responsibility of both. And putting a hierarchy in there and feeling superior to others and feeling like your own opinion is worth more than others is elitism. And it's essentially the same like fascism, but different. But with a lot of things in life, we literally, like, we don't know. Like even with studies, there are so many studies which are wrong. And this is also why actually like when so I'm reading this like introduction to psychology book, and there they have a specific chapter actually, or like not a chapter but like a paragraph, which is specifically on this, that like even when we have studies, even if we feel like we have proper evidence that that our hypothesis is right, we don't even say like, oh, this is like facts or something like this, but we actually say like, oh, it's like depending on like how well confirmed it is, we talk about it like this, because we can't entirely know, like there could be another like theory coming out which is actually like proves our theory wrong, and that we just didn't understand it well enough to see this other factor, right? Can I ask you, what will you do in this situation? For sure. Tell me the situation. A girl called Craig told me that before. Oh. Well, I think that's a really smart idea. So I guess, yeah, now you just need to wait until you have like normal therapy again, Esther. Yeah. But only 2 more weeks, right? So that's gonna be good. And maybe till then you can like think about these questions yourself a little bit more, and think a bit deeper about these questions, and maybe get some more answers, or be able to specify the question even more, you know? So, yeah. Mm. Twice a week, and you have narrative exposure therapy and imaginary rescripting. That's a lot. You have a coworker sitting. You have a coworker sitting next to you. They keep getting their head or elbows boinged by the desk, and every time they like start almost crying. What will you do? Mm. So, huh? So why do you like? I don't understand the situation, because I don't understand how are you like bonking your head or elbows on your desk the entire time? Like, do they just do like this or something? Like, how do you boink your head on your desk? Or like, I don't understand the situation yet. I'm so confused by the situation. What? Like, what? What? And even your elbows like this. Like, I guess I can see how that hurts, but I mean, usually you do say something at some point in the Energon, right? Because it's just like happens right in front of you. Because the power switch is under the desk. Oh, okay. This is like a really. That's honestly a situation which is. What? 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 I just don't even understand the situation. Like, how you can even be like, yeah, like there must be some like eye coordination or something, right? Like, like some coordination problem because, like, first of all, like usually you learn out of mistakes, right? And then you just don't do it anymore because you're more careful the next time. Um. So, what is the full situation? Unleash the situation upon us. Yeah. Like what? Since how long is this going on? Like, is this a week? Or are we talking like years where every day they boink their head or elbows the exact same way? 3 months. So, what? I think I just would ask him if everything is alright. Mickey, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Like I personally, I don't feel like you always need to instantly like step in and like take responsibility for the other person by like, oh, I can turn your computer on for you next time. Um, but I think I don't know. I guess like it really depends on like the situation in the moment and how I sort of like see them, or like how like what signs they're sort of giving. But I think I would just ask like if everything is fine because this seems to happen too often. Like, is there everything like like if they have like a coordination problem or something, there needs to be like a like when they then just like answer to me like, oh yeah, I have like a coordination problem. Like this happens to me all the time. It's so annoying. Like I would be like, yeah, but like why are you not like saying anything to the boss? Like, like you can like rewire the switch and stuff like this. Like there's a way how we can help you here, right? Like you don't need to just like stick in this situation where you're like constantly hurting yourself. Um, you know? No, I wouldn't, I wouldn't like constantly ask like, "Oh, are you okay?" or hurt if this is happening all the time. Like I would just Like in the beginning, I would of course say like, "Are you okay or hurt?" But if this like happens, like I don't know, like after the first week or something, I would instantly be like, "Hey, like, bro, like this happens to you so often. Like, is everything fine? Like, do you have a coordination problem? Like, is there anything um, like, what's going on there? You know?" I mean, I guess that can like definitely like come across as judgmental, right? Um, so I think yeah, I would just tackle the problem and the person. um, I think I would just like ask them if everything is fine. Like, like I would just be like sort of like, no again. Like, hey, is everything like is everything fine? Because like, you know, like this is happening to you like all the time, you know? Like there needs to be a solution to this. Like you can't just keep doing this. And I don't know. I guess like yeah, like rewiring the switch is a good idea. Of like there's these buttons you can get where you like they're just a button essentially. And you wire them to your PC and then you can like turn on the PC with that button and turn it off. Right? And like I don't know, like if they always just like by like normal just like hurt their elbows like this. I don't know if there's a pretty solution. I just know the solution like there's these like you can buy one of these like the way you sort of like easily sort of like baby proof like sharp edges in an apartment, or like the cheapest way I know is buying these swimming noodles, cutting them open and sticking them onto things. So, but I don't know, like you don't need to like cuddle somebody the entire time or whatever. Like it's also like they're hmm. I mean, if you're being like, you know, like if you have to talk to HR, you can just like tell them that, right? You can tell them like, hey, like, guys, I did everything. Like, I asked if we can switch desks. You said no. What am I, you know, what am I supposed to do? Like, there were solutions being made and you denied all of them. And hi, John. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. I like my earrings too. Um, that's such an odd situation. I've never encountered a person like this in my entire life, bro. Okay, actually, in school, we had one girl which just. She was just unlucky. I don't know. I feel like she low key, like, I don't even know if it was like her fault or anything, but she was always hit in gym class with like any type of like when we were playing any type of ball game. She was always hit in the face with everything. I don't know, like it wasn't even, it's not just she's didn't went out of the way or something, but it's like somebody like out of mistake hit her with like a hockey, like a plastic hockey thing in the face, where it's like, ooh, damn. Why is it always a girl though? I mean, because in my class we're like only girls. Like gym class is like split up since like super early with us. So like I only had girls in my class. That's why it was a girl, obviously. There's also boys which are clumsy as fuck. For sure, for sure. Like there's boys I don't even give plates to, and I always like whenever they put their glass down, I'm like, okay, further into the things. Like they don't even get normal glasses in my apartment. They get the cheap glasses I can like easily rebuy and don't care if they break. And also the like if you notice if I trust you or not, if you get a big glass, I trust you. If you get a small glass where only a bit of liquid fits in, I don't trust you. Because it's like big glasses are for people where no, your glass is never, never in your lifetime gonna fall. You get a small glass if I'm like, it's like you're like 50-50. You don't know. It's like I don't hate you. I just don't want to have to clean my couch as much. And you can get like the same amount of liquid, right? Like you can always refill it the entire time, but it's just like, you know, I just want a full glass of like, I don't know, like raspberry, um, sweets, whatever stuff on my couch. Like, no, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for her, that was really unlucky. She calls you say this, dark and rude. Okay. I mean, I guess like if you look at her, like super, like like I do understand why that's pretty rude. When she's like hurt in that moment. Um, but it also I guess depends. Like if she, for example, like maybe she doesn't even know that you offered to like switch the desk with her. And then it's just like, I don't know. But I feel like when you offer to help somebody, I mean, there could be like a different solution. Just, I don't know, like, I feel like just the button on the desk would be nice. I don't know. Like, I'm really like, yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like, honestly, like, this would be like one thing which could just be nice. Like, get her one of these buttons you can attach to the PC, and she can turn the PC on and off from, like, over the table. Yeah. It's like definitely like I agree with Milk. It's really hard to sort of give advice on this situation because we don't really know how the environment is or like how, because this is like your side of the story, right? And I completely understand how your side of the story is like super annoying, but it's also a thing where like yeah, we just like sometimes, for example, like um there's because like women have this like stigma to fight that they're weak and everything. It's like for me personally, for example, as well, it's super hard to take help from other people because I don't want to be seen as somebody who needs help, right? Even though everybody needs help in certain points. Like everybody's like better in some things and worse in other things, right? So it's just like for efficiency's sake, it makes sense that I do the things I'm good at and somebody else does the things they're good at. And hopefully, if we like work together well, that's going to match up in a way where I don't have to do the things I'm bad at because the other person is good at those things and the other person is bad at those things I'm good at, right? Um but there can be so much context in that situation where like it's like her response and her behavior makes entire sense, right? There can of course also be situations how her response and her behavior doesn't make sense. Like for sure, there's also some women who just want to like take like have pity from other people, and that's their way to like I don't know like be seen, right, and get attention because they sort of gave up on positive attention and now they turn to like pity attention instead. We have the same thing with some men who just prefer like pity attention because they don't really feel like they can achieve positive attention, right? So we have this like this is not like really based on gender, but like some people are just like this and that's annoying, and then you know like other people aren't, and it's so I don't want to make this a thing about gender, but gender of course influences the situation because of how that person is with what that person is confronted, right? Like everybody is sort of confronted with these like with sexism and like these gender wars and stuff going on. So I feel like it's always good to not lack empathy. Like I feel like it's always good to assume that if something hurts, there is a very good motivation from the other person to not be hurt again, right? And I think it's always positive to assume that if a person then still doesn't use the solution we give them, there's probably a reason for it, right? So, for example, like there are some friends of mine who live in a building which is a fire hazard, and the gas pipes are apparently also not really great. They got the offer from me to like sleep here and just like be out of that building. That was in the beginning where we felt like, okay, that building is like super, super dangerous, right? And then on the next day, they decided though they're gonna go back to that building and stay in that building. I could not understand why. Because I was just like, I don't know, like this initial instinct was like, are you stupid? Your building is like that person told you it would like burn down in like 10 seconds. There's no fire escape for you. You live in the third floor. Why do you want to die? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you have a place to sleep. Why, like, do you not, like, do you hate me that, like, this is not an option? Like, why not? You know, like, why do you not use the solution I gave you? But then like once I thought about it and once I started mentalizing and like trying to see the other person here, right? Because like this is only the first instinct. It's like you understand that okay, like actually the information I got about this was from them and them only, right? And it was from them in a position of high anxiety. So, of course, the way they phrased the information towards me was really sort of black and white, high anxiety. Of course, then the way I interpret the situation and sort of which solution I have is going to be based on completely only that information. So then on the next day, when they said, like, well, now our anxiety got lower, we don't think it's that big of a deal anymore, I couldn't relate to that because my decision was not based on anxiety, but it was based on information. But the information was based on anxiety because the information was from them, right? So, sort of having that in mind, it didn't make sense to me. But technically, it makes perfect sense because the information I got was like black and white, high anxiety information. Like it was already interpreted from that very anxious point. So then they started on the next day when their anxiety was lower, they interpreted that information different, but we didn't talk about the information again, right? So I was still on the information level of like high anxiety interpreted information, and they were now on the information level of low anxiety interpreted information. Of course, the like what you think is a reasonable solution or like a reasonable consequence is going to be different based on these different information levels, right? And I think just being aware that even though a solution might seem so super obvious to you, that for the other person, you know, it's like, it might be different. It might just be different. And there might be different reasonings. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think when she already is at the point where she calls you like Satanist or like dark or like rude and stuff like this, I think the first thing she wants from you is probably an excuse. And so I think if you want to talk to her, I feel like maybe giving her this like button for like on top of the desk and being like, hey, like, I'm really sorry that like I come across to you as like dark, satanistic, or like rude. I really didn't mean to. I don't really understand why we don't solve the problem. Like, I went to the boss and I like said to them that like we could switch tables, but they didn't want to. And so I don't really know, like, I don't understand why there is nothing being done. And it just seems like a problem which we should fix, right? And I feel like I just sort of came to believe that you're just looking for attention because you didn't want to fix it. In my eyes, because it seemed so easy to fix in my eyes. And I think that's why I looked at you very sort of like distant and disconnected. And, you know, but is there like, do you care to explain to me why we don't do anything about this, or like how we can help you or whatever? Okay, if a gift is against company policies, you could still give her like send her a link um to this like button on like Amazon or whatever. And be like, hey, I think this might help. Um But I feel like in the beginning, I think it would make more sense to be like try to be curious about her situation. And I don't mean with like talking to her. Because I feel like talking to her makes the most sense once you do actually understand more about the situation. But I feel like try to mentalize with her situation a lot. And try to find out like why she doesn't change anything. Like why was the desk not being switched? And I don't know. I feel like being curious about her situation could give more information on the situation. And if it's maybe not so like free willingly as you think, you know. Outside electronic can't be used by any employees except phones, nothing allowed. That's annoying. I mean, maybe you can just like change the place of the PC to have it like be in the like sort of like pulled to the front or something. I don't know. But yeah, like I'm not saying like, you know, maybe it is a person who like already made a judgment about you, and that's like nothing really is gonna fix that, right? Like I'm gonna be honest, like there's like you can talk to people more if there's more commitment to talking, right? Like a stranger is not gonna like probably not gonna discuss with me how our communication went wrong, right? Because usually that takes like vulnerability and can be like exhausting and takes energy, right? So I feel like it's just maybe you can just start with asking like, hey, is there a way I can help? You know? Maybe there's also a way you can like include the company in this. Like maybe there's a way you can include HR in this. Like sort of resolving conflict between workers is also technically in the interest of HR. And then that could be a setting where you can like sort of like talk it out or something. Maybe you can talk to co-workers about like how you don't understand why she's not taking the advice you gave her. And get their information. Like maybe they have a different image on like how on like the reasoning which is behind this, right? But I feel like usually disconnection just comes from not understanding, right? What? So she's saying you're like satanistic and stuff like this, and HR thinks you're hitting on her? Oh, oh my god, bro. What the hell? Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest, that would not be the working environment I would like to work at. I don't know. Like, I would just dip out of there. What the hell? What in the fucked up shenanigans is this? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe, maybe Mill wasn't so wrong. Maybe you should do what who was it today wanted to do and just like quit your job and find a new one. Because what the hell, bro? What is this? What, like, why is, what? I couldn't. Like, honestly, nee, nee. My German just came through. I'm like so fed up. Oh my god. But like, no, Loki, for real, like, so it sort of depends what kind of person you are, right? Like, I'm very much on this, like, more so coming from this neurodivergent side of like, tell me what you want from me, like, clearly, like, be clear about what you want, what your boundaries are, what your needs are, and then I'm gonna fulfill any expectation, no worries. But don't do this weird, like, in between the lines thinking I can, like, read your thoughts shit, okay? Also, like, don't put any words in my mouth I haven't even said. Like, you're not gonna be happy if you do this, okay? So, like, this is just the way I work, and working this way, there's just certain working environments where I can't function properly because the people are super bitchy and dramatic around me, and I just can't deal with that. Because if I have to deal with like not doing good work but instead being liked by everybody, that is a problem for me. If the name of the game is being like, like just making compliments you don't mean and like fake it till you make it type of way of just like, like try to get everybody to like you, um and just like lie for the sake of it, that is so far away from me that I just get super pissed off by it, and I don't like it at all. So if that is one of those jobs, I personally, knowing myself, would know that I would go freaking insane working at that company. I would quit like this and look for a different job, no matter if I earn less, because I would like be like, okay, if I would have to sacrifice my sanity to stay at that job and get that paycheck, I'm not gonna do that. Like this, I would need to be very desperate to do that. So usually I would never be in that situation. Um so I don't know, like, you need to just like know yourself, right? Like if this is something where you're like, ah, yeah, okay, I don't even give a fuck. I'm just going to do my work, whatever. I was just sort of wondering if I'm actually like a bad person or not for doing this and just like needed a check in there. Um it's like, okay, that's one thing. But if this is a thing where you're completely bothered by it the entire month, corporate politics, can't resign for the next few months because of a contract, but surely will do. Yeah. And honestly, like, if you know, like, okay, you just, like, you can't resign for the next few months, but you definitely will, and you just want to get over those few months and, like, survive them as good as you can, and you don't really care about how, there is no way you can talk it out, and you feel like there's, you tried, and, like, everybody's, like, just like sucking up to each other. There's no way how to actually make this work. I personally, I would just mask, put a smiley face on, get over those few months, get out of Dodge. Like if there is something you can do, if there is something how like you can go to HR and like there's a way you can talk about this, and I don't know, you think like coworkers will listen to you as well and there's like some type of solution, and you didn't try that yet, so you don't know if that could be a solution or not, like try that solution. If you try to talk to her, you try to talk to HR, and you know there's no solution and everybody's sucking up to each other, and this is just a toxic ass working environment, I would do what you do with a threatening man at the bus station. You're very nice and you get out of Dodge, you lie your ass off to get out of Dodge safe. Yeah. Like, talking it out and everything is obviously, like, better, right? Because, like, lying your ass off is also not easy, right? For sure. So, like, I would definitely find a solution, or, like, try to find a solution where you can just talk it out. But, like, there are some work environments which are just toxic as fuck, right? So. See you next time, Mel. And hi, I want a cat. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? And hi, Dragu. How you doing? Yeah. Maybe I would involve HR just for safety reasons. Like, if you think everybody is lying, you know, maybe involve HR for the talk with her. Right. So you like the company, you like the work, and probably also the other co-workers. I mean, if you like everything around her, usually one person is not able to mess everything up. So then there should be people you can still talk to. Like, maybe you can, like, work at a different, like, workspace where you're just, like, further away from her. Like, maybe you can, like, talk to HR and just say, like, hey, like, I just don't get it. I don't know what you all want me to do in this situation. Just, like, tell me what your expectations are. But, like, I don't want to, like, babysit somebody every day just because they don't, like, change anything about their shitty situation, right? Like, you can, like, I feel like if you have, like, a friend who's your coworker, talk to that friend and ask them what they would do. Because they also know, because, like, for us, it's, like, hard to give you any advice on that, like, what possibilities there are still open and stuff, right? Because, like, we don't know your work environment. So I would, like, talk to some, like, worker, like, co-worker who's also your friend, and, like, try to get their opinion on this, like, what they think would be a possibility or something, you know? Because I feel like if it's only one person, then usually there's ways how to work things out. So I would definitely try to work things out then. Like, I would not, I don't know, I would not leave because of one person if everything else is nice of this work, right? And yeah, so I would try to work it out. And I do think just sort of like, hey, like, sorry that, you know, like, I came across, like, rude or anything. Like, I didn't really mean to, but I don't know, I just can't want you getting hurt every day, and there's, like, nothing we do about this. Like, I already said, like, let's switch tables. I already said this and that. It just hurts my soul. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of ways how you can, like, I think if it's, like, a regular person, have a good conversation there still. Yes, Asta, you're correct. So, see you next time, 69. Like, let us know how it went or how it's going. I would definitely be interested to find out. And then hello Dark Knight and hello Grey Soup. Welcome everybody. We're we're now going into the direction of going offline though. So everybody who came new in the chat right now, like I want to cat Iron and Dragu and Grey Soup and Dark Knight. How are you doing? How is your mental health doing since last week? Let's do a mental health check-in and then wrap up the stream. My son is at a very annoying point. But anyways. You like the chair? I actually don't. I really like this one. But that's one from my husband. I could have switched today, but I didn't think about it. And hi, Indie Crab. Welcome, welcome. I'm great Tower to remind her to write down. Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry, a friend is calling me. Hi. All right. Yeah. Is there like... Well, do you need something? Because I'm streaming right now. Ah, okay. Yeah, no worries. Bye. I was like, yeah, hi. And then it was like, yeah, it's just me, you know. I was like, and? Like, is there anything, like, is there any reason why you call? It was just like, no, I'm just in a car. I just, you know, like, okay. Oh, wait, you're streaming? Oh, I'm gonna call back. Wait. Sorry. Doing good given the circumstances. The job offer I received a few weeks ago, I've been somewhat ghosted by management, but HR is still in touch. Health is mid, still having digestive issues. Fitness is good. Weightlifting and walking has helped me a ton. So a lot of positive changes, Dark Knight. Even Noah. That sounds really good. I talked to them and see how quickly they hang up. I have a walkout wheel redemption and I have the points to use it. Oh my god. So that's how you meet personal trainer, I see. Remember me to wait, actually I just do that. There's a reward I have, which is exercise. Well, which I had. Now not anymore. Because I wanted to take that out the entire time already. Because it's always like very disrupting to the stream actually. Alright, party people. So if nobody else is wanting to do the mental health check-in, then I would say we start with our stream ending ritual here. And yeah, go towards ending the stream. So next week, you guys, you know already there's gonna, not next week, this week on Thursday there's gonna be no stream, but next week on Monday I'll probably be there again. I think I don't know yet exactly when the guests are leaving because they're leaving on Monday. So I'm not sure when on Monday they leave. I thought they would leave in the morning, and that's why I think I'm gonna be able to do the stream. But if they leave late, I'm not gonna be able to do the stream on Monday as well. Just FYI, so you guys know. And yeah, with that, we're just gonna start with stretching, I think. I mean, with you, Indiana John, I just really hope there's any way how you can solve the predicament you're in. It's a really shitty situation. And I mean, you can always text me, you know, if you need any advice or help. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to give much advice, but yeah. So streams on Monday and Thursday? Yeah. Streams are on Monday, Thursday at 12, 12 CET, 11 UTC, 6 a.m. ET. But yeah, so this Thursday is like no stream because I'm gonna have guests over like starting from Wednesday to Monday next week. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna try to check in with you guys on Discord. So we have a Discord server. And if you want to rewatch any VOD, you can do that on my YouTube channel because I'm uploading all the VODs on my YouTube channel. Yeah, if you want to support me or are looking for like digital art assets, sort of like streamer assets or animated backgrounds or mental health merch like this one or tabletop RPG assets, then you can check out my shop. You took the non-violent option now. I'm proud of you, Asta. But you should be the most proud of yourself, I think. It's very important that you hype yourself up. It's like actually like low-key, it works even if it's fake. Like do try. Like sometimes it like actually literally can just work if we hype ourselves up and just say like yay, 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 even if it feels completely fake. If we just do that for a few seconds, it can give us the same sort of like bodily response. Yeah. We need to fry. I suck at hyping myself up. Me too. But it's like, it doesn't matter if it's sucky, right? Just like, gotta do it. And even if it feels fake, it's like after a few seconds, it's gonna like be better than nothing. So, do try. Do stretch, everybody. We've been at the PC now for like 4 hours. And it's really good to move and just give us some mobility again. So we're in our going offline routine now already, Bolt Saver. We're super on time today. I couldn't agree more, Dark Knight. Yes. But do chat. Do it with me, okay? Just sit on your chair. You don't need to sit all the way back like me. You can sit in the front. It doesn't really matter. And when you breathe out, though, you push your lips together a bit. So there's like more resistance. So you breathe out longer and you breathe all the way out. Okay? When you know how to do it, you can also just put your hands in your lap. If you want to do this to calm down or to get stress relief and like only sort of stop when you're relaxed, you count to 10 breaths, and every time your mind sort of wanders or you don't remember your number anymore, you just start again. But if you want to do this to connect more with your body, you can slowly sort of check in with your different body parts. See how your feet feel, how your legs feel, how your stomach feels. Are you hungry maybe? Are you thirsty? Do you need to stretch or go for a walk? Do you maybe want to not sit at the PC anymore but meet with friends outside? Do you maybe want to air out your apartment? Or want to do some yoga, meditation? Just sort of check in with your body. Feel how you feel. Try and see what your needs are. This is one of those things where the first time you do it, you might be really bad at like trying to see what your needs are. But the more you do it, the better you get at it. So it really has like a cumulative effect where like every time you just check in with your body and you try to see what your body needs, you're going to get better at noticing and noticing earlier and earlier. So, now we're doing All Stars. Yes, I'm ending the stream, Jorgo. I'm sorry. Also, I sorted out my problems and I'm all good now thanks to your presence that day. Bolt Saber, can I just screenshot that message and put it in the like I have a channel on my Discord where I just put like stream feedback essentially, where I like come back to like on a bad day where I need motivation for the stream or something, and I don't know, having a nice message like yours there could really, really help to get going that day. And also maybe motivate somebody else to speak up about it. I mean, even better, of course, if you want to make a message yourself and just write one there. Like, if you're on the Discords, then you could also do that. True, Drago. Only here for the end now. But we're gonna see you next time. But do remember, this Thursday is no stream, so next time is gonna be Monday next week. The earliest. Like, there's still sort of like, I don't know if I'm gonna be there Monday next week. It's sort of like a 50-50 because I don't know when the when my guests are leaving, because they're leaving on Monday, so I don't know which time, but we'll see if I then can still make a stream or not. If it's on the morning or not. But what are, like, from everybody else, the all-stars of this stream? Like, what was your favorite part of the stream? What was your favorite moment of the stream? I hope you maintain to stay open to win something big, Drago. Because that's something, sometimes the first thing that's missing, that we don't even leave ourselves open for the possibility of winning something big. What was my favorite part of the stream? We had a lot of very creative solutions today to problems. That's for sure. Thank you, Dark Knight. Do you mind, Dark Knight, when if I also just, or do you actually, do you actually want to, like, make a message for the Discord? Because I would love that. Creative, yes, but not technically bad advice. Well. And hi, Nates. We're stopping the stream right now, so I hope that's fine with you. It's now called stream feedback. It's in the do first category. Yes, exactly, Dark Knight. That would be amazing. No worries, Nate. You can just be there next stream again. Just know that this Thursday is no stream. The next stream is gonna be next Monday, like 50-50, and next Thursday for sure. Because we're gonna have guests over. So, yeah. So what was my All Stars? Mom says how amazing this community is when you see the stream of a lot of amazing topics. Thank you so much, Asta. That's so sweet. Do you mind, Asta, to just put that message, or if you want to add more also in the All-Star, like in the stream feedback channel? I'm not sweet. I'm sorry. Very kind of you to say. I think my favorite part of the stream today. Okay, I can't decide, so I'm just gonna say both. So, one favorite part of the stream is always All Stars for me. Just like also hearing from Bolt Saber that like, hey, I sorted out my problems and I'm all good now thanks to your presence that day. That's just so nice to hear. Like this is really affirming to know that we're doing something good here. You know? And we're doing something which is like net positive, you know, and like good for people, just in helping people actually. And I think the other part is just honestly is very simple thing, but it's just that as beginning of the stream, there were like so many people already in the chat, and that was really sweet. It's like, I don't know, I just felt like a little bit famous there because I really like, I don't know, I always felt it's so cool when other streamers, like, they're not even live, there's only a countdown, and people are already writing in chat. And this is like sort of that people are so excited and anticipating the stream with so much excitement. Always seemed so cool to me and so special. And I don't know, so I don't, well, it's like, it's so often my all-star, I know, it's kind of boring, but it's just every time we like have this again, I just feel like, oh my god, like there's like people are so excited to like for the stream and to see me, and that just feels really nice. Yeah. I agree with that too. Whereas I'm good at ignoring problems, knowing you motivates me to actually do the healthy fixing things. Thank you for saying that. Should we maybe not call it stream feedback, but just like wholesome messages or something? I don't know. Like, I feel like I also want to put that message in there and just like keep it there to read it whenever I doubt myself, you know? Yes, like honestly, yeah, like wholesome greatness. Do you want to like copy paste it or screenshot it, or should I just screenshot it? Because I want that message there too. My one, yeah. That like knowing me motivates you to actually do the healthy fixing things. Like that's really cute. That's really motivating, I think. To like do a good job and like inform myself and everything and like keep going with this because I know that it's something good and positive, you know. Great to adopt herself. She's amazing and patient. Well, we all sadly know this is not how adopting yourself works, right? Like, I wish it would be like this. I wish it would be easy like this, right? But that's just not how these things work, sadly. But it's like, I don't know, I feel like it's very normal to doubt yourself sometimes, right? It's just like whenever like we make a decision here with the stream, it's just a thing where like because I like the stream so much and because I really want to like make this a good space, um I I sometimes get like really worried that I make like a wrong choice or something. So for example with the slow mode, like I was really wondering if that is a good idea to put in, right? And because I don't know, like I don't know better beforehand, right? And it's a thing you need to try a couple of times to then see if it's actually good or not, right? And I mean, as we also had, there was also some like negative feedback for the slow mode, right? Um, and I think like in those moments, it's just very, like, it's very normal to doubt yourself, I think. And to like care about the opinions to get back. And if there's then a negative opinion, be like, maybe, it wasn't that good. Um, so yeah, I think so too. So it's like there's always gonna be some negative feedback at certain points you get. And I feel like doubting ourselves is really normal because it also sort of like it's not also necessarily not bad, right? Because it means that we think twice about if this is actually what we want right now, if this is actually the way we want to go and the way we want to develop right now, right? And that we're being made aware of certain like consequences or critiques or things we maybe have missed in our picture, right? And in our decision making. But it's also just one of the things where like you will always have situations where like there's gonna be negative feedback and you're gonna think about that negative feedback and then decide actually it's still the right choice though. Like I'm really sorry that it's not the right choice for you or it doesn't seem like the right choice for you, but it seems like the right choice for me. And I don't know, I think it's not just because of like how our brain sometimes works, and that we sometimes have like this negative collection bias, right? And that like negative experiences sort of remember longer. I want to make sure that I always remember all the positive experiences as well. Like, I really like. I think I really like this idea of having this stream feedback, or like maybe All Stars channel where we just put in every positive thing about the stream, because the negative things you easily remember, but the positive things sometimes just, I don't know, are harder to be valued as much as a negative comment. And I feel like seeing like big YouTubers make videos about how this is frustrating to them, or how they stop YouTube because of those negative comments, and because they just can't make their peace with it, and the negative comments just strike harder than the positive ones. It's just a thing where I feel like I want to like prepare myself for that, if that makes sense. Like, I want to make sure that I never forget the good comments either. So I feel like this is really what I want with this channel, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, again, because of this like bias we have, right? Sometimes we just focus too much on the negative stuff, or like our mind can focus on the negative stuff way easier than on the positive stuff, because it's like it's aimed for survival, right? Not for happiness. So this is why I just feel like I want to make sure I always remember that the negative comments are a tiny minority, and how many positive comments there are. Yeah. I'm just lurking here, but I always look forward to your streams every week, since the topics are so interesting and I can often get some helpful perspectives. Also, it is somehow relaxing to listen while doing other things. Oh, that's so wholesome. Thank you so much. Honestly, I'm on a spree today. Can I also put your message in there? Is that okay? Can I screenshot it and like also put it in that channel? Is that okay for you? But thank you so much for the positive message. Yes. Thank you, thank you. It's really nice actually to get some like lurker feedback as well, to be honest. To just know that even like, because sometimes like the viewer number is like quite high, right? But you don't see the people in chat, and you're just sort of wondering like, okay, like does, you know, like how is the stream for them? Like, because you don't really know. So it's actually really nice to have this perspective of like, yeah, I just, you know, I just listen to the topics, and it's like really interesting. Change can be exciting and scary. It's not surprise the mind will try and protect you from the scary changes in life. Exactly, yeah. So I feel like this is why it's like, I don't know, I just want to, yeah, I guess I want to help myself to to have an easy time confronting change and like set myself up for success in that way. Like back then already, I had like a I had an Excel sheet where I put like nice messages from chatters in and like positive feedback. And I think honestly, it was one of the things which so often kept me coming back to stream. And like even in hard times, even in times where I completely messed up, you know, that just helped to maintain this perspective of like, hey, like the negative comments, even though they hurt, of course, and that's why you want to like, you know, always keep them in your mind. They're just a minority, and most people are happy, but you just can't make everybody happy. Yeah, I like. I just instantly say, yeah, of course, I deserve more views. That was actually not even what I meant, but it just in that moment and then like struck me how that could be interpreted. But I just sort of brushed over that part. But I do agree. I think with like Twitch, of course, it's definitely one of those things where like you have to be known for people to know this is good or not, right? And like even like try this. So this is why like I always love when people make clips of like important moments in the stream or where we I don't know had like said something which was really like important or you know and or like when somebody like recommends me for a raid or something like this, like stuff like this is so impactful actually. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of Twitch chatters actually don't know how much impact they have. But even just like being there for like lurking, you just help to get this stream like more like higher up on the list, right? So it's just one of those things like I'm only here because of you all and because of your support. And even if the support is like not like from like with monetary value, right? It's just a thing of like, hey, because you're here, I'm like high up in the list, and that's just Twitch, right? So yeah, you have like thousands. Oh, that's really nice, Indiana John. I'm glad you found new friends in that community. And how many pictures? Honestly, okay, I guess like below 100. You know, but like more than 20. You feel me? Does that make sense? It's like it's sort of like many for a Discord, but it is still a Discord. You know what I mean? Yeah. Can I borrow your glasses? I want to build a telescope. My glasses are actually like so bad for that. Like, it's just like one of those like, I don't know if your intention was to bully me, but then your insult was just so uninformed that it didn't hit me. But my glasses are actually like super weak in terms of like how much they are. It's like 0.5 and 1.0, I think. I don't even know if positive or negative, but yeah, it's like 0.5 or like zero. Wait, no, it's 0.5 and 1.0. So it's like one of the like lowest things you get glasses for. So I can easily see like this. I don't even need to wear the glasses. That's why I didn't wear them for like half the stream. But because I don't see like super sharp on distance, like whenever like without the glasses, like I obviously see the trees and everything, but I don't like see the specific leaves, you know? But with the glasses I just see the leaves and everything. So yeah. But yeah. Do you prefer to speak in English or your native language? Depends on the topic. Usually, it's if I really want to relax. Like I like both. I think like English is the language where I read all of the educational stuff in. And that's why talking about educational things in English is like way easier for me than in German actually. But if I just wanna talk with like the lowest effort possible, German is easier for me. But then I don't speak German, but I speak German with English. So it's like, yeah, like the easiest way to speak for me or the lowest effort way is German mixed with English. And then when it comes to anything like educational, I speak English. How's my Dutch? Great. Oh, sorry guys, we have to go offline actually. But yeah, we did get through our going offline routine already. So we do need to go offline actually. My Dutch is sort of like fine-ish, but like recently I was at like an ice cream shop and I failed incredibly hard. So now I feel very doubtful about the standard of my Dutch. I feel like it's like really good in certain situations, and because my like the vocabulary is very like the vocabulary I know is very situational, if that makes sense. So, but party people, with that, we're gonna go offline. And I'm gonna rate Jenny. So I hope you have an amazing time with her. Be nice. And well, welcome Dragon to the stream. So sad we like now don't really have time with each other because I have to go offline. But I do still have a D&D session today evening, so I need to eat something now. We're gonna like remember this Thursday the stream is cancelled. I'm gonna be there next week on Monday 50-50 because my guests should, to my information, leave in the morning, but I'm not sure if that information is correct. So if they don't leave in the morning, I can't do Monday. If they do leave in the morning, I will do Monday. Otherwise, we're going to see each other on Thursday. Let me start the raids. Exactly, we have a Discord. We have the YouTube channel. Wait, what? I can't raid Jenny? What? I think I can't raid Jenny. Nope. Well. Well. Anyways, I also have a shop you can check out if you want to support me. I mean, I don't know, like, it just doesn't work for me, so if I can't raid Jenny, I'm just gonna raid Dash Dogs instead. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Remember to do something healthy for you now. So drink, eat, air out, go for a walk in nature, meet with your friends, notice what your body needs and do something healthy for you. Just letting everybody know, like, if you want to go to Jenny's live right now, but yeah, I can't rate her, so leave her my greetings and ask what. Oh, she's about to end the stream. Okay. Well, anyways, I'm gonna rate Dash Tags now. It's just a cute little stream. Thank you so much for the follow, and Yeah, don't forget to join the Discord so you're up to date with everything, all right? We also have the Good News channel in the Discord. So do check that out if that's sort of interesting to you, if you need some more positive news on your mind as well. All right. So, see you guys next time. Thank you so much for being here, and